Thank you. Good evening and welcome. We'll now call to order the regular meeting for the Akron Public Schools Board of Education for Monday, October 26, 2020. Roll call, please.
Dr. Akbar.
Here.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Ms. Autry.
Present.
Mr. Bravo.
Here.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield.
Here.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Here.
Thank you.
And if everyone could mute their microphones and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance at this time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. At this time, we'll open it up to the board for any community and school reflections. Please jump in line in the chat if you would. And just in case I don't see you, is there anyone that would like to start? Mr. Alexander, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to, and I know others board members will speak upon this as well, but our condolences go out to Coach Jones, the Garfield Kenmore girls basketball coach. This is kind of tough for a lot of us who knew her because she was such a dedicated individual to the students. She was a good coach, but even in her time when she was an athlete, she was a good player at the University of Akron, and also had an opportunity to try out in the WBL for the Ladies World Basketball Association. But she was well respected in the community with the people who surrounded her, her family, and others in the community, all her coaches who are her peers. And she was also not just a good coach, but someone who taught well, who was respected in her teaching of the kids and coaching. She was a great role model. I say not just a good role model, but a great role model for all the young ladies and young men who she worked with, because she did a very good job, very active in the community. Just, I mean, going to be someone who's really missed, and it's just sad to have to give condolences to her, because she was still young and still, I think, had a lot more that she could have gave to not just Akron Public Schools, but more importantly to the students that we serve. So that was all I wanted to say, Mr. President. She's going to be greatly missed.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Ms. Mansfield?
I almost forgot to unmute. It's been a long day. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for bringing that up. I do want to echo those sentiments. I would also say the policy committee should get ready with that naming policy, because I've seen some things circulating online, and what an honor that would be. So just hoping that that's ready, because I know that the community is wants to honor Coach in as many ways as they can. So just wanted to give one other call to my fellow board members, and also a thank you. I was approached to be on an Eagle board of review, and they're looking for community leaders so that Eagle Scout reviews are not just done with Scout leaders, that they also have community leaders and community members who are involved. I have one son who was an Eagle Scout. I had Scouts, so I thought I might be a decent choice, but I was a little terrified. That's a big responsibility, but they were very kind, and it was actually a fantastic process. I got to sit in on one in the last 2 weeks for a young man. This one happened to be from Copley High School, but a lot of the students that they would be calling us for would be Akron Public School students. So I would encourage my fellow board members, if you get a chance, that you would accept that invitation, because it was really a fantastic way to see how young people give back in our community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Rittenhouse, did you see the message that someone sent us regarding the live stream? If not, if you could check that out. Thank you. And we will keep an eye on that. Of course, there is a built-in delay, so it could be the delay as well. All right, hearing and seeing no other community and school reflections. I didn't see anyone in the chat, but before I move on, anyone else would like to jump in? Ms. Autry?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to quickly acknowledge the continued engagement that we are getting from families and teachers and community. That is one thing that this pandemic has brought about. And I just wanted to recognize all of the folks who have been communicating with this board. I also wanted to acknowledge the hard work of our teachers as they continue to perfect remote learning, as well as the families and students who are continuing to adjust and smoothing out the process. And then I just wanted to acknowledge the community who I have been seeing really step up over the last week and trying to support our students with some type of fun and entertainment through trick-or-treating. I've been seeing a lot of that going on, sponsored by the community in a safe way, of course. And I just wanted to acknowledge those community groups and members who have been doing that, trying to bring some form of normalcy to our community. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention there's been a lot of violence going on in the community lately, and it's starting to be so much that sometimes it's just hard to even remember. But to those families and friends and loved ones who've been affected by it, I just wanted to acknowledge them and let them know that they are in our prayers. I am praying that we can work our way towards healing because many of our families in the district have been affected by the violence. So I just wanted to bring that to the forefront, and thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar, and then Dr. Hall.
So Diana just said much of what I was going to say. So thank you, Ms. Autry, for sharing about the violence and also sharing about the engagement from the community in emails and phone calls. I specifically want to just mention something that one of the students shared in an email. I received an email from one of the students. Whenever we get emails from students, it's actually really good to hear directly from you, regardless of what it is you're sharing. It's just good to know and hear your voice. And so I want to thank the one student who shared how difficult it's been being away from friends and being away from the school, but how he appreciated that he still felt safe where he was. And I just want to say that that is something that we know that some of our students are dealing with, that juxtaposition of wanting to be with friends, but also feeling safe during this time. And I just want to also note that I know that not all of our students are feeling safe right now. And I want to acknowledge that as well. And just share my deepest heartfelt, sentiments that we together can get through this. Unfortunately, this we're not in the clear, and that is the unfortunate thing. I think we all wish that this bad dream would be over, and we would have be back in the life that we once lived, kind of like during the Wizard of Oz, and would go back to Kansas. So the other piece that I wanted to share is I did go to a ward meeting and presented. One of the things that I received emails about afterwards is the APS. I think it's called APS Plus or APS After School. I can't remember which one, because I think we might have both actually. So the additional supports that students can receive after school. I think that's a lot of parents have shared that was something that they wanted to know more about and be able to get involved in with their kids. So just think that's a good thing that we do have that additional support for our families. And lastly, again, another just heartfelt condolences to the family of Coach Jones. She will sorely be missed in our district as well as in the community.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. Dr. Hall?
Yeah, thanks. Again, so I'll begin with condolences to Coach Jones' family as well. It's rare to find mentors with that length of service and just positive results as a result of their work. And so I think Dr. Akbar, Ms. Ocker said a lot of what I was going to say, so I'm not going to repeat all of that. Instead, let me sort of say two things. One, want to acknowledge the lengthy emails that I'm sure a lot of us have been getting with respect to school reopening. I think the one conclusion we've all come to at this point is that there's not going to be a plan that this board approves or disapproves that is going to make everyone in the community happy. And so having said that, I want to thank those of you that have taken to craft emails on, I'm reticent to say on both sides of the issue because I don't see it as being two sides. I see it as multiple viewpoints on how to best serve our kids. And so again, I want to acknowledge the time that you all have taken to craft your emails because these are not quick 2-sentence emails that take, that are throwaway lines where it takes 25 seconds to send an email. These are emails you can tell folks have spent, a lot of time, thinking through and crafting. So want to say thank you to the parents and teachers and caregivers, of our kids. And then lastly, I want to emphasize that how important it is as parents and teachers and community members that to remember that our children are watching. And so when we don't agree on a path forward, when we don't agree on certain things in the community, it's integral that that as parents and as teachers and mentors and coaches, that remember that our children are watching. And so they hear the things we say in our homes about other people. They hear the things that we say on the phone and that we say in the community and things like that. And so it's important, to remember that our children are watching us and they're going to emulate, those actions. And so in times of adversity, where, especially now where it just seems like no matter where you turn, there's vitriol, in great amounts. I just want to just sort of ask respectfully, that as we move forward, that we remember that our children are watching, and this board and this senior team, superintendent, if we agree on nothing else, we just ask that you concede one point, and that is everything that we're doing has your children's best interests at heart. Whether you agree or disagree with those actions, those are the intents of the folks who are on this line. And so again, those are my ask and those are my reflections. And I'll see the floor back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Hearing and seeing no other community or school reflections, I'll just add, I want to say thank you to the folks that have been reaching out on a number of items that we're going to be talking about tonight, including our reopening plan, as well as winter activities, winter sports, and the passing of Coach Jones. And I too want to offer my condolences to her family and those who knew her best. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. But thank you all for reaching out. And to that end, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is our request to address the board. And we do have a few of those this evening. I have spoken to each of those individuals just before we started the meeting. I'll remind everyone here, we're going to go in the order that they appear on the agenda. So we'll start with Mr. Reynolds. We'll move then to Mr. and Mrs. Hardy, and then to Ms. Vincent. You'll each have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond during the meeting, but will follow up with you after the meeting. Mr. Pendleton, our CFO, will help keep time and will let you know when you have about 1 minute left. With that, Mr. Reynolds, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for your patience as we get our meeting started. And I will turn it over to you whenever you're ready.
Board members, thank you for your time. My name is William Reynolds, and I am the Vice Chair of Policy Council at Akron Summit Community Action, as well as the representative on the Board of Directors. I understand and appreciate the hard decisions that you have to make. More importantly, I am the father of 3 amazing girls. 2 of my daughters are in kindergarten at Helen Arnold CLC. Yes, I'm making them stand next to me and they're not happy. I'm going to remind you what the stated purpose of the Board of Education is. The Akron Public Schools Board of Education is a public body representing the citizens of Akron on all matters of public education. The Board of Education determines needs and priorities of the school system, allocates resources within the school system, evaluates the overall performance of the school system. At this point, I witness every day our elementary students not being properly educated. This online learning does not work for young children. It is proven that children 6 years old can only sit still for 20 minutes of screen time, not 2 hours. See how I'm trying to have my 6-year-olds join in this meeting. I, along with you, are very concerned about the current numbers of COVID-19 cases in our county. We cannot fear COVID-19, but we must respect it. I would like to share some stats about COVID-19 in children as well as our community. In the entire country, there have been 39 recorded deaths from COVID-19 ages 5 to 14 years old. During the same time, there were 53 deaths for flu and 193 from pneumonia. We have never closed school for flu or pneumonia. The number of cases to hit the age group of 5 through 17-year-old has been 467,000, or 7% of the nationwide total cases. In 2019, there were 50 million kids between age 5 and 17 nationwide. Now in Ohio, there were 13,500 total cases under 18, 7% of all cases. 402 in Summit County. Of the 13,500, only 300 were hospitalized, or 2% total under 18. In Ohio, there was only 1 death from COVID-19. Head Start has been open statewide, and there has only been 2 COVID-19 cases statewide. Head Start has rigorous safety guidelines that they are following. The Hudson School District has 4,600 students, and they had 10 student cases and 3 staff cases, and they are open. As can be seen in the monthly stats, which I gave to you earlier in an email, the cumulative number of cases are in line with previous months, except for 1 week that had exceptionally high numbers. 42% of the zip codes in Akron don't actually appear on the COVID charts. Out of 6,753 total in Summit County, 3,780 total were in Akron. Approximately 360 cases were under 18 as of October 23rd. Our stated goal to be the #1 urban school system in America is not just a lofty aspiration, but one our teachers and staff of 4,400 students are dedicated to daily. APS is always at or near the top performers among the 8 largest urban districts in Ohio. Let me share a part from Hudson School District Superintendent. The Hudson City Schools believe when prudent, children need to be in school. The relationships our students form with their teachers and peers are a large part of a successful school experience for all ages. The Hudson Ready Plan is flexible and prepared for changes in COVID-19 cases. With continued strict enforcement of multiple mitigating safety layers already in place, and the willingness of parents to keep children home when ill and to minimize student gatherings during the day and after school, we will achieve our goal of providing our students with the academic experience they need while navigating through a global pandemic that is challenging for all of us. My main point is that the COVID-19 occurrences to children under 18 is very low, I ask you to be courageous and think about the education of the students, especially kindergarten through 5th grades. These children without the proper foundation will struggle throughout their educational life if they are unnecessarily doing fully online learning too long with all the technical issues. And at this point, it has been too long. I encourage you to vote to bring K through 5 back, either full-time or hybrid. I also encourage you to consider the fact of the risk at the building level. There are certain zip codes in Akron, about 10 of them actually, with 0 cases. And there are certain areas that have high occurrences of COVID-19. The best answer may be to look at this on a building by building basis. If there is a breakout on a certain community, the affected schools could be closed and put back to virtual. I would encourage you to keep an online model for the at-risk population. Let's get back to properly teaching our students. If the health department or governor feels a shutdown is necessary, let them make the decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. This time, Mr. and Mrs. Hardy, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members. My wife, Christy, and I come to you tonight as the parents of 2 APS students, as a graduate degree holder in public health, and as a registered nurse who has served at the bedside week in and week out during this pandemic. We can report that our 7th grader is doing okay. Her age and maturity enable her to gain from her virtual instruction, stay on task, manage her assignments. While it's far from ideal, she is hanging in there. Our 3rd grader, however, is not. Despite incredible teachers, careful planning, and dedicated parents, he is struggling. We can testify to the tears, the outbursts, even the tummy aches from the stress. Virtual learning is harming our son, and we're sure he's not the only one. Little ones are not built for this. They aren't mature enough to be self-starters and manage both their learning and this isolation. We have all said that we want to listen to the science. So what does the local data tell us? It tells us that with proper protocols, classrooms are not a significant source of transmission and spread. Family gatherings, sleepovers, birthday parties, and yes, sports, something APS allows, are all creating more transmission than classroom learning. When we look nationally and globally, studies are showing time and again that students 10 years old and under in the classroom are nowhere near a risk for community spread. Harvard, Johns Hopkins, the New England Journal of Medicine, Association have all published safe reopening guidelines and have recommended in-person instruction in some form. Why? Because unfortunately, this virus is not going away anytime soon. And if virtual school becomes policy for the rest of this year and beyond, the impact for so many children and families will be severe and long-lasting. It will exacerbate existing inequities. And we cannot allow a situation to persist where suburban and affluent children have access to their classrooms and urban students do not. And so as parents, as health professionals, we are respectfully asking the board to please offer the choice of in-person instruction, beginning with elementary and special needs students. Surely we all can agree that these 2 populations need their classrooms the most. If the board decides not to allow this, at the very least, it must publicly articulate specific criteria under which it would. Surveys every 9 weeks to gauge feelings is simply not an acceptable strategy. The science shows us that prepared classrooms are not super spreaders, and our local data has confirmed it. Please allow Akron Public School families an in-person option, or at least put our district on a firm and detailed path to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Hardy. And I just want to point out, many of you would be are probably familiar with Mr. Hardy, who is also a former Akron Public Schools board member and past president. Thank you both for being here tonight. Next, we will hear from Ms. Angel Vincent.
All righty. Well, thank you all for allowing me the time to speak before the board today. Sorry, I get emotional, so you have to just, sorry, bear with me. I'm Angel Vincent. I am a proud Kenmore graduate. I graduated in 1988, and I had the honor to go to school with Yantami. She was a great athlete and a great person, even back then. I even went out for the track team because she swore I could throw. Couldn't do it, but she swore I could. She tried to teach me. It was bad. Anyway, so when I heard of her passing, and I'm pretty involved with the alumni from Kenmore, a bunch of us, were just chatting and talking, and we thought what a wonderful honor it would be if we could find out how to go about getting something named in her honor. She did so much for the girls at that school. I mean, the progress she made with some of those girls. She had some rough teams. I mean, high school girls are rough. I mean, I had one. She was something, and she led them with love and by example, and taught them how to be right in the world. She showed them how to be proud of who they are and where they came from. The fact that she came back, I mean, she could have went anywhere in the world and played basketball and taught anywhere. She came back to home. So that, speaks volumes just for how much she cared about her community. So like I said, I did start the petition in order to, find out how to go about naming the gym in the new building. We want this to live on for a long time. I understand that the current building had the old Garfield building gym was named after someone. I don't know who that was. I didn't go to Garfield. I know nothing about it. But I do think that moving forward, it would be a huge step to show support of especially a woman of color who led by example, someone who was proud of who she was and proud of what she did and proud of her kids. And every one of those kids were hers.
1 minute.
I mean, my daughter played for one of the schools in the area. She didn't go to Kenmore, but my daughter wanted to play for Yantami. I mean, she was willing to move back to Kenmore to play for Yantami. So it just, she did so much, and she left us way too soon. At current count, the petition was started, I believe, Wednesday of last week, and we're at 7,512 signatures. The comments alone in the petition are heartfelt and moving. I mean, people really want this to happen, and whatever I need to do or needs to be done, I am willing to help with that. I just think that it is vitally important that we show support for her family and this community and honor her and her legacy. The petition has had over 21,000 views, and it's been shared 2,700 times just in the last 5 days. So I just hope that, once you guys decide on how the policy is going to change, let me know. I will get whatever needs to be.
Okay, I think we may have temporarily, Ms. Vincent, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for reaching out today. And again, our thoughts and our prayers are with Coach Yantami Jones' family and those who knew her best. We appreciate you reaching out. I did get a copy of that. Thank you for sending it along. I'll make sure it gets out to the rest of our board, and we'll be in touch as soon as we update our policies. So we appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to move to the recognitions portion of our agenda, and I'm going to turn it over at this time to our Instructional Policy and Student Achievement Committee for a very special recognition from some of ours, for one of our staff members.
Thank you, President Bravo. I don't know if anyone else is having internet issues, but I'm hearing that it's fairly widespread tonight. So hopefully we can get through tonight. It is my great honor to get to recognize our Director of Community Relations, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. Then that is our own Carla Chapman. She's been named as a recipient of the Ohio STEM Learning Network, that's OSLN. She is their 2020 Ohio STEM Innovator winner. The Ohio STEM Learning Network is composed of 7 regional hubs, of which Akron is one, that are committed to helping the state to inspire and train the next generation of scientists and technology leaders. Sam Cruz is the OSLN Akron Hub Manager for the 13 counties of the Akron region. During the spring, he related the fantastic work that Carla and her team were doing over scheduled calls with other regions around the state. From there, the formal recognition followed. Quote, "The Ohio STEM Innovator Award recognizes an Ohioan who has demonstrated an outstanding contribution to the support of STEM education and outstanding within his or her region. This awardee is a leader that identifies, supports, and promotes innovative practices and addresses diversity, equity, and inclusion challenges to ensure expanded access to quality STEM education," unquote, from the OSLN. Keep in mind that STEM also is an acronym that stands for Strategies That Engage Minds. The connectors demonstrate that demonstrates that principle in a big way. We all know that. Congratulations to Carla and her dedicated team. Under the leadership of Carla L. Chapman, District Director of Community Relations, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, a team created the Connectors program. Through the program, 254 trained non-instructional staff members called Akron students to determine their needs, logging more than 10,000 interactions during 52 days of remote learning. That needs said again. 254 non-instructional staff members called Akron students to determine their needs, logging more than 10,000 interactions during 52 days of remote learning. The program helped many of the approximate 22,000 Akron students with such things as using their unfamiliar technology at home to accessing food, healthcare, and childcare. The program is underway again for the new school year. For her efforts, Chapman has been named the recipient of OSLN's 2020 Ohio STEM Innovator Award, as she has demonstrated an outstanding contribution to the support of STEM education and outreach within her region. Congratulations, Carla.
Thank you, Mrs. Mansfield. I appreciate the recognition, but you know that I'm going to say there is an awesome team of folks who helped make this happen. So I have to thank Yvonne Culver, Desiree Bowden, April Porter, and Andrew Zaccardi. Teamwork makes the dream work. So couldn't have done this without their just thankful, appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Well deserved, Ms. Chapman. Thank you for everything that you do.
We're very proud of you, Carla.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we have no other communications before the board. We are ready to enter the business portion of our evening. So I will look for a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from our meeting of October 12th, 2020.
So moved.
Thank you. A motion by Ms. Autry, a second by Dr. Akbar. Any comments, question, or discussion on the minutes? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent's recommendations, personnel.
Yes, Mr. President. I wish to recommend approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 16. And again, highlighting item 16.1, the death of Yotami Jones, who has been working for the Akron Public Schools for 26 years.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. Mansfield, a second from Dr. Akbar. Any comments, questions, or discussion?
Mr. Bravo, just wanted to also mention the retirement of Mary Dean. She'll be greatly missed. I know that she likes to give Dr. James a hard time, so that could be one of the reasons she's chosen to retire, because she won't have him to go toe to toe with all the time too. So she's going to be a tough one to replace. I know when these come around that we say that, and I don't want it to ever become flippant, because she is an amazing principal.
Yes, thank you for highlighting that. Any other comments, questions?
Yes, Mr. President. The other principal retiring is also Sharon Hill Jones, who's another one that got on my case because I couldn't deliver her a new building at Firestone Park.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else? Congratulations to both of those retirees. Had a lot of opportunity to work with Principal Dean, and Ms. Jones was also my son's principal when she started at Case. So congratulations to both of them, and hope they enjoy the time off. Hearing and seeing no other comments, questions, or discussion, roll call, please.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. President, I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in category 21.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Sorry. Thank you. Motion by Dr. Hall, and I believe a second by Ms. McKittrick. Great. Any comments, questions, or discussions on the consent agenda items? Dr. Akbar.
Yes. I just have one. I noticed that the Akron Symphonic Winds has a 10-week, 30-minute private virtual lesson, which is of great value. I just wanted to point that out for that donation for our students. We know that this time has been very difficult for students, and just having that type of resource for students who may be missing connection to something that they love is definitely valuable. So just want to point that out and thank them.
Thank you for that. Any other comments, questions, or discussion on the consent agenda items? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Miss Autry,
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah.
Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes.
Mrs.
Yes.
McKittrick,
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Akbar.
Yes.
All right. And finally, Mr. President, I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 22.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Alexander, a second from Ms. McKittrick. Any comments, questions, or discussion on the business affairs agenda items? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Hall,
Aye.
Mr. Mansfield,
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. And at this point, we will move into our superintendent's report to review our school options update. And as we begin that conversation, I want to echo something that Dr. Hall said earlier. This has been a very difficult discussion as we've gone throughout this school year. And I also want to say on behalf of the board that we greatly appreciate all of the feedback that we've received, all of the parents and teachers and community members and even students who have reached out to share their thoughts and their feedback with us. We appreciate it. We also know that it's difficult to come up with any plan that is going to satisfy everyone, but we are listening to you and we are hearing what you have to say. And we appreciate you taking the time to reach out to us and share that feedback with us, and know that whatever decision we make, it is in what we feel is the best interest of your students, but not just your students, all of our students, and the faculty and the staff that support them. So thank you again for reaching out. And Mr. Superintendent, I'll turn it over to you at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first item that I'd like to go over will be winter sports. I know there are guidelines from the Ohio High School Athletic Association to proceed with winter sports, and I'm talking about girls and boys basketball, swimming, bowling, and wrestling. Swimming, I think we can follow the same procedures we did for the FAST programs. They're very, very similar. Limiting the number of people who can be in and around the pool, and we had identified procedures for that when we looked at all sports and ultimately approved that the swimming program could continue. Bowling, those are done at a variety of bowling venues in the city, and typically those students are separated. If you're, a typical bowling rink, are separated to one area, and that is not a contact type sport. Wrestling and basketball are a little different. We know that in wrestling, there's a lot of contact, primarily one-on-one, and of course, basketball, running up and down the court. There's some physical contact. Now, I'm waiting on some guidance from Summit County Public Health. Again, we have the guidance from the Ohio High School Athletic Association, which mirrors what happened with fall sports. The one thing I am looking at a little differently for these winter sports, wrestling and basketball in particular, is the potential to conduct COVID rapid testing on our athletes. So we are talking with a vendor. Right now, it looks like we can get those tests for about $35 each. And I would estimate, I know Mr. Vasilati is on, but with $35 a person, and at least once, maybe twice a week per athlete, we could be looking at maybe as low as 12 to 14,000, per instance of testing to cycle through all of them. So there's some details I need to work out, with that, and which I will do, and then report that back to the board. But for the most part, all the other processes and procedures, limiting the venues, limiting the number of tickets for spectators who could actually see one of these events during the winter sports period, will certainly be in place, similar to what it was for fall sports. Are there any questions about that?
Thank you. We'll open it up to the board for questions and comments, and to facilitate our discussion tonight and make sure everyone has an opportunity, I'd ask that you limit it to either 2 questions or 1 question and a follow-up, and then we'll move around the table. We won't limit the amount of time on discussion for any of these topics, but we just will limit the questions until everyone's had a chance to go around. Mr. Alexander?
Yes, we're taking the proper precautions, and I'm glad we've looked at all these. And I am concerned too, because basketball, I'm an ex-basketball player, ex-football player, but there's a lot of contact in basketball, more than people think. And definitely a lot of contact in wrestling. 99% of the time, they're basically in contact with each other. So I do have some concerns with that. But my question is basically, I know we have the schools that we're going to be, certain schools we're going to be using. The ventilation is okay for everyone who may be coming in from the outside, as well as those kids who will be participating?
Yeah, there was a question from one staff member about ventilation. So for indoor sports, we would be using 3 CLC venues, if I remember correctly. So we have Buckto, which is a new CLC. So those systems were designed to provide the right amount of air changes inside the building. Ellet, of course. And Buckto, we have Firestone, which is another one. And we also have East that had their systems upgraded when that building was done. So the two that primarily wouldn't be used for that, we have Kenmore, Garfield, and then we have North High School. Those are two that haven't had the upgrade. So our CLCs are they're in compliance with what are called ASHRAE standards. They should be fine. And we also have, which you'll see in our next report, on some of the sanitation, which I'll say is state of the art, that we'll be using as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Anyone else? I don't see anyone in queue.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we know the approximate number of student athletes we're talking about this go round? I know for fall, it was about 800 students.
Yeah, we do. And I'll beg Mr. Vassalotti to come on, because I think he sent that to me in an email. And I just can't remember the exact number. Either he or Mrs. Folk would have that number. At least I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Yes, hello everybody. The numbers are a bit less than the fall. Dr. James mentioned testing for basketball and wrestling. So we crunched those numbers today for sure, so we could get those to Mrs. Folk and she could put together an estimate. But the approximate number of basketball players, boys and girls combined, for JV and varsity throughout APS would be about 250. And then we have approximately 80 to 100 wrestlers total in our 5 schools that have wrestling teams. So those are the numbers for the 2 contact sports. And we could certainly adjust schedules like we did for the fall, as Dr. James mentioned, to focus mostly on city competition, use a limited number of venues. At basketball, we're looking at using Ellet, Firestone, and Buchtel, and we use separate venues for wrestling to help with scheduling. So, but those are the numbers for basketball and wrestling. With bowling, we typically have teams, boys and girls combined, of about 15 to 20 per school for all 6 of our schools. Bowling, of course, a non-contact sport. And then the swim program at Firestone, the only one in the city, but it's amazing there. They do a great job, and they have a number of swimmers there, and they're used to the protocols from the FAST program. What's unique about the Firestone swim team is they would compete outside of APS, of course, because they are our only swim team. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. A question or a follow-up?
Yes, I do actually. So I know with the fall sports, we weren't using locker rooms and whatnot. So, and it might have been in the plan that you sent. I apologize if I overlooked that. So how would that work as far as with be using locker rooms? They have dress for competition.
Right. I'll let Mrs. Folk answer that question because she works closely with Summit County Public Health on developing those guidelines.
Yes, Mrs. Autry, we will be able to use the locker rooms. We actually put that protocol into effect at the end of the football season as we were ready to do a district type of game. And those protocols include the new sanitation process that we have put and the board has approved to disinfect and antimicrobial in those particular locker rooms. So those services have been started already. And then the students will follow the sanitation, health checks, and requirements as they use the locker rooms. And then we will completely re-sanitize them after they're used, which is what we did exactly at Elliott when we used the football stadium.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Dr. Akbar?
Yes. So my question, I guess my biggest concern is not necessarily basketball. I think that based off what I heard, you know, if we're following the same logic from the fall sports, that seems like if we can get the testing, we should be good. My greatest concern has to do with wrestling, specifically to the meets that happen with the multiple teams. I don't know exactly what they're called, but I think they're meets with multiple teams coming together. I don't know if that's necessary in order to make it to the state championship or what have you, but I'm wondering if when Mr. Vasilati mentioned they can modify the schedule, I'm wondering if we could limit the amount of outside teams. If we're implementing the testing for our wrestlers in the city, would that be a necessity to go against people outside the city? And if so, could we avoid it for the entire season and just focus on the meets or external competitions in the finals or playoffs or what have you? And I don't know who that question is directed to, maybe Mr. Vasilati or Deb or Dr. James. I don't know.
Mr. Vasilati.
Yeah, yes, it's a great question, Dr. Akbar. So wrestling, obviously a high contact sport. We could certainly set up the schedule so that it's focused on dual meets within the city. At some of our schools, numbers are such that we typically can't field a full wrestling team, but say we have 6 to 8 individual wrestlers. In that case, we could possibly do a tri-meet within the city, which we do. The point there being we would stay within APS and the numbers would still be relatively small. Certainly our teams would benefit eventually from competition outside of the city as they prepare for the OHSA tournament. But I was just thinking as you were asking the question about cross country in the fall, and obviously that's much less of a contact sport than wrestling. But I was thinking of it because initially we just ran cross country meets within the city, dual meets against ourselves. And then toward the end of the season, because the protocols were being followed and it was going smoothly, we were able to open it up to invitationals the last couple weeks of the season. And, Firestone in particular jumped on that and had some good success in invitationals. They still have a young man competing at regionals right now. So that could be a possibility maybe down the road as we get closer to the OHSA tournament in February to perhaps open it up to non-league competition. But we could certainly set up the schedule initially so that it's just within APS for wrestling.
Thank you. As I shared this morning with Dr. James, I think that the sports is very, it is a high risk, but we have already started allowing sports. So I think at least at this point, we should try to figure out how do we help all the sports play as much as possible. And one of my biggest concerns is if we're going to do testing with our players, how reliable or helpful is that if we're having multiple different meets with teams outside the city who aren't receiving the same level of testing as often. And so if we want to maintain our safety, I think that as much as we can maintain the season within house until you get into that playoff season or whatever it's called, that would be something I would suggest if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. I don't see anyone else in line, but are there any other comments, questions, or discussion on the winter sports? Ms. Autry?
I just wanted to clarify that indeed there would have to be a waiver as well for families who wish their students to participate. I'm assuming that's the case.
I mean, there's language that a form that the State Athletic Association had our athletes sign for fall sports, and I think that same form is in place for when that they're going to follow all the guidelines and abide by the rules. And also, as we did for fall, we set up a few extra items, you know, with curfews and, you know, making sure that people are aware of their behavior when they're off of campus. There's a lot to say about that, both with our students and employees.
Another question, comment, or follow-up, Ms. Autry?
No.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Mr. Superintendent, do you need anything from us on that item then?
Again, I have to get some information on testing. That would certainly be the plan, you know, to move forward with sports. And so we'll have to, you know, work through those details and then get something to board for that. I would certainly agree or feel like our student athletes could still do their, you know, preparations for the actual competition, which, you know, we still have a little bit of time left, but we may need to have a special board meeting or something to approve whatever testing regimen that we come up with in a firm to do that.
Thank you. And for me, would you be able, when you bring that back to the board, to also make some clarification on conditioning for spring sports?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Which will make it easier.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much. And at this time, we will move on to the school options update if you're ready.
Yeah, so before we do the school options update, I want to have Mrs. Folk talk about some of the procedures that we'll be following just in terms of safety.
Good evening to you all. I would like to bring you a presentation regarding a student day with the modifications that we've put into place for the student day when they are coming to school, going through the school, and being dismissed from school. So if you will allow me to proceed, I will begin to process that with Joanne's help, who's going to help process this with me. The modifications do include some cleaning procedures that we have already put in place and we will continue to use throughout as we move forward. As you can see, we're going to cover several areas tonight in the presentation. We're going to talk about transportation, controlled movement, social distancing, breakfast or lunch modifications, and these will help make the school safe while the students come into school, no matter what kind of process you approve for us to move forward. The first I'd like you to do is go to us and arrive at school. So we're going to have the students riding a school bus. These are also into place for band transportation for our students. So we will allow you to see the students watch and enter a bus.
Good morning, Vicki. Don't forget your hand sanitizer. Proceed to your assigned seat, please. Good morning. Good Chris. Morning. You don't have your face mask today, but that's okay because we have an extra one for you. You will give me. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. And you can go ahead and proceed to your seat. Thank you. Thanks. You're welcome. Good morning. Good morning.
As you can see, all our students are required to wear masks. They do sanitize their hand on arrival.
Chris is here. Okay.
We will provide masks if they do not have one.
Good night. Have a good night. Good night. Bye.
Good night.
See you in the morning.
And what's very important is, as Vicki was the first one to get on the bus, she has an assigned seat in the very back of the bus. This bus is actually used to travel students currently to one of our non-public schools. And if you could see it a little bit better, there's an actual assigned seating above each seat with the student's name, so they know exactly where to go. Beth then takes the attendance, which is exactly what you watched her do, so that we, if we would need to, find a student for a COVID-related issue on a bus or a van, we'll know exactly where they sat, and then the attendance is taken into the office should we need this. Please be aware we have not had to pull any student that is currently transported for a COVID-related issue. It's been a very successful process, and this same process is already in effect with the teams that are traveling on our activity buses for sporting events as well, whether football, band related, or volleyball related, as we have done those sports in the fall. We're going to enter the school building. So the entry is very important. So we're going to go ahead and watch a student enter the building.
They'll go through the door and they will pick up their grab-and-go meal.
Have a good morning today. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you so much.
All students enter one by one. They will continue to wear their masks. Their grab-and-go breakfast will be available for them at the entrance upon arrival, and then they will proceed directly to their local classroom or cafeteria, depending on which is the best model for the student meal in the morning. Start going through the school day. So we're going to go to the classroom. And this is where it gets very instructive as to how we have set up the classrooms for the students to be properly socially distanced.
So these are socially distanced students. So Seth, I want you to take your stick and I want you to place it from Chris to Vicki to show that there's 6 feet between them. And take it from Chris to Julie, okay? And then from Julie to Jeff, okay? That it's 6 feet between Julie and Vicki, and that it's 6 feet between Vicki and Chris. And that's why we didn't have to take the furniture out of the room. Between you and the teacher, and then from Vicki to Julie, and then from Seth to Julie. And there's our 6 feet, guys. This is the teacher work area as well. So we wanted the teacher to feel comfortable to know where the work area is for the smartboard, but we also wanted the kids to have an idea where that balance is. So Chris, come up and stop right here for a minute for me. There will be sanitizing solution available for her to come up. The teacher can come over here, and then Chris can come over and work on the board. So this is also a workstation so that we can continue the actual opportunity to go ahead and do that type of interaction between the teacher and the student. And then I can come back up and teach as the teacher for the classroom.
What's important about this is please look at the color of paper on the desk. Should you have a blended model anytime in the future, we wanted to show you an A day, which was the yellow paper, and a B day, which is the pink paper, so that the students are actually assigned to the specific desk or in the room. So therefore, that desk is owned by that student if they were in school 5 days a week or 2 days a week, or even in small group. And this is set up throughout the building using the various classrooms for every location that we have, we've currently started and completed the elementaries. We were working on the middle schools, and we are starting on the high schools. So we will go ahead and continue to do the floor markings, and the students will have access to the distance to the smartboard and then hand sanitizer upon arrival in the room and at various locations throughout the room should they go and do small group with the teacher or be also working on a project so that they can keep their hands safe and sanitized during the whole process. We're going to the next slide, and we're going to show you about lockers. Lockers are the one thing in classrooms that are still not operational, but we want the children to understand that that's something they can't have easy access to. So in the classroom at the elementary buildings, they are actually located. So we have a slide to show you two things in a classroom. One is a sink that is currently available with a water fountain in this classroom, and then one is the lockers. So I'd like you to look at the next slide, please. This particular sink is got a water fountain attached to it, so therefore they will be covered, although we still want the water to be accessible to wash hands while they're in the classroom, and locks have been ordered. This one happens to be just covered. We had extra furniture, so we went ahead and placed it in front of the lockers. Teachers are more than welcome to use these lockers for some of their supplies, but we felt by putting a barrier between it, students would get used to taking their book bag and their coat directly to their assigned seat while they're in school for the time that they are there. I wanted to show you how you travel the building. And so we're now going to show you hallway markings and stairway markings so that it's very easily seen by students and visitors or even our own staff how you travel throughout the building in a hallway. You can see from this slide going forward, we have exact directionals, and I want you to think driving a car. Everybody travels on the right. This is a single mode going down the hallway directly to a classroom by the staff. And this is a pass it by each other. These are not considered direct contacts. Everyone will be wearing their masks. Everybody is moving quickly in a timed fashion. So therefore, this kind of movement is not considered a direct contact. The next thing I wanted to show you is elevators. And if you've been in any buildings, there are always markings in elevators. To limit the number of people that should be there, it depends on the size of the elevator. Most of our schools now have elevators, so we had to properly mark them. This particular elevator is limited to 4 people. They each stand in the corner during the travel, and they should have their masks on. It is a short period, and students do not get to travel by themselves on an elevator. If it is in use, they usually have an accompanying adult. Our next issue is a lab class. This building happens to have a K-6 configuration, so should we need additional spaces beyond the time that a lab may be in use, we wanted to show you a socially distanced lab.
Wanted to make sure that we could still do the lab, and we determined if you sat the students at the end of each side table and the student in the middle of the middle table, you could easily get 6 feet between them, enough students to be in the class at the time with the teacher. And I have 16 students being able to sit here.
So this is also an opportunity, should we bring younger students back, as opposed to always having the lab in the building. We have additional spaces throughout the building where students could be assigned a desk or time and space to do the work with the teacher that is assigned to them. Our next travel is to go the stairway because this building is a 2-story building. So the same type of markings that you saw in the hallway now start to move you up through the corridors on the stairs.
Directional stickers at the bottom of the stairways. They are on the landings. They're at the top of the stairways.
So again, the floor markings indicate that you will be on the right side of the stairs going up and the right side of the stairs coming down. It indicates at the top, bottom, and landing in between, and it's one-way traffic. And then there is safe distance between them. Now, I did have a couple of people ask, should all stairways just be one direction going up, say on the north side of the building, and one, say, on the south side of the building going down? That is not a practical use of stairways. It does not meet the fire code, and we wanted the same pattern to be held throughout the district because our students sometimes are visiting other buildings, whether they are there for a special event, they are there for some type of additional class instruction, or sometimes just because they move. So the same pattern of hallway and stairway travel is throughout the district in we set them up. The next thing we're going to do is we are now going to go to the cafeteria.
Is to socially distance. We now can have 2 students to a table, not our standard 4, but we also have everybody 6 feet apart. So we can use the cafeteria to service a meal as well.
This is where it becomes important to understand just how the tables are used. They usually do sit 4 to 5 students, and sometimes in the past they have been grouped together so the tabletops touched, similar to what you and I would do with a family dinner at our house. Distancing requirements and our COVID requirements, we now have all the tables facing the same direction, and at the elementary where these tables are located, the room can be used for 2 students to a table, which in this building allows us about 60 students if at one time. So we could offer congregate feeding at breakfast or lunch if needed, if not everybody's in the classroom. And I can advise at the high school level with the tables that have the seating attached, we've already started working on those, and where they used to be 12 seats to a table, they're now limited to 3. So that we can socially distance. So the principals are now working on how they would use these types of rooms or additional class space as well. So from here, we want to take you back to the end of your day and go into the office as a visitor so that you could, if you were picking up a student, what would an office look like?
Good, if it's open. If I was visiting, then this is how the office is set up for them to handle.
Just so I can show it.
So again, we have floor markings so that we can assist our visitors at coming into the building. Again, all people are required to wear masks unless they have a medical reason not to, but for a visitor, it would be required. And then we have placed plexiglass dividers in the reception area. Now we want to take you to a clinic because this is an adjustment for our services.
If a student is reporting to the office not feeling well, their first stop will be at this location where they will be asked to sit in the chair or stand on deck. The health aide then will realize that they are out here and they will ask the student to go into the clinic. And once they get in the clinic, they will then stand on the appropriate socially distanced location. And then they will stand here while the health aide begins to do the assessment. If they are perfectly fine, they may be returning back to class. But if they truly do have symptoms that may be related to something that needs to go home, such as COVID, with a proper temperature take and other assessments, the student will be taken over to what is called the isolation location. And in this case, for this clinic, it is located here. And Vicki at this point is going to sit back here. She will be asked to wait while the health aide then calls the parents to say that Vicki needs to be picked up. And she will remain in the isolation location until the parent arrives and the student can be released. If we have more than one student at this location, and I have somebody in this particular isolation location, I can then also provide the restroom as a location as well.
This particular setup has been modified throughout the whole district. We've actually taken some particular small clinics and found other larger areas within buildings so that we could do this setup. We want to make sure that we're following the protocols for proper assessment, and we will ask parents to pick up their child within 1 hour of notification so that we can get them to their parent or guardian as soon as possible, removal from the building, and to a health provider for further assessment. From the clinic, I think now we're done with our day. So we're going to go ahead and put them back on a school bus and hope that they've had a great day with us, and we will be loading the bus.
Good morning, Vicki. Don't forget your hand sanitizer. Proceed to your assigned seat, please. Good morning,
Good
Chris.
morning.
You don't have your face mask today, but that's okay because we have an extra one for you. You will give me.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. And you can go ahead and proceed to your seat. Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's important about this is the fact that at the end of the day, the schools will be lining up their students according to their bus roster so that we can get this first student that sits in the back of the bus to be the first person on the bus and the last student off the bus to, or vice versa, first person off to be the first person off, because the routes usually start at the end of the route and move outward. So we wanted to line the students up as well. You have done a wonderful job approving the sanitation application at the last board meeting. We wanted to show you what it actually looks like. So we have a slide for you to see it being applied. Now, this is the two-step process. He is actually showing you the end of the process for the antimicrobial that is currently also used at Summa Health and at Akron Children's. These will be applied to all restrooms monthly in classrooms, cafeterias, reception areas, gyms, bleachers, locker rooms on a 90-day basis. Although lockers probably will get a monthly because they also have restrooms. So this helps alleviate and helps distance together. It helps us be safe. It helps us to put in the processes to make the building ready for us to accept students and staff in a safe manner throughout the time that they are in the building. I can tell you this sanitation procedure is currently going through its full process, and we will be completely done with all buildings, including ancillary buildings, as of next Tuesday. So we will be ready for students and the staff as they return or continue to work in the buildings.
Great. Mr. Superintendent, do we want to open it up for any questions on building procedures before we move forward? If you guys want to let me know in the messages if you'd like to line up with any comments or questions, 2 questions or a comment and a question, or a question and a follow-up if you would. And I see that Ms. McKittrick would like to kick us off, and then Dr. Akbar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are temperatures going to be taken at all during the day? I thought there was some conversation about having temperatures taken before the kids even got on the bus. And then my second question is, what kinds of cleaning processes are going to be in place during the day when the kids are actually in the buildings? Thank you.
To answer your first question, originally when COVID came out, it was a discussion of having temperatures taken upon entry to buses, entry to the building. Because of the information that has come forward since then, it is not the leading symptom that is currently the lead to determine COVID. Obviously, we are going to have all students do a self-check at home and instruct parents they should not come if they have any symptoms, the same as we've already done with staff. And because of the change in the CDC guidelines, it is not a requirement that temperatures be taken as they get on the bus or as they arrive to school. However, they will be taken upon any issue that comes during the day at the clinic, and the offices also have handheld thermometers should there be an issue at a time when a health aide or nurse is not available. The second question, I'm sorry, Mrs. McKittrick, can you just state it again, please?
Sure. I just wanted to know what kinds of things are going to be the cleaning procedures during the day.
There actually is a specific schedule of routine cleaning, all high-touch areas that goes into effect every 2 hours once the building actually opens. So obviously, if we're feeding in the classrooms, we'll be removing the trash from the areas because it is not sanitary to have it following breakfast, as an example. And the custodial staff will continue to touch all high-touch areas with the proper solutions every 2 hours, as we have established in the administrative buildings and in other locations, and continue to do that process until the end of the school day, and then begin the regular full cleaning at night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar.
Yes. So Ms. McKittrick just asked one of my questions. So I guess I have a question which you mentioned about backpacks and not being able to use lockers. And I know that many of the schools actually have policies or rules against carrying backpacks in schools. And I looked in the policy manual and I could not find a policy on book bags. So maybe it's in administrative guidelines, or maybe each school gets to decide that. But I do know that that's also a big concern for staff that work in the buildings, considering we've had quite a bit of violence in the community. And I hate to have to ask this question, but I'm wondering, how do we mitigate some concerns from potential staff that may have when they see an increased use of book bags in their classrooms?
Our general policy regarding book bags, Dr. Akbar, is that they are to be clear or mesh so that you can see in them. And I've already worked with Mrs. Ejic regarding the type of materials that are used. Most of the instruction is done on the Chromebook. We do not have a lot of necessarily that students need to pack back and forth, so there is limited amount that needs to be in a backpack. At the elementary level, they will be just sitting next to the chair that is or desk assigned to the student. At the middle school and high school, they will travel with the student but they should be able to be small and see-through and meshed, similar to what we've done before.
Okay. Thank you for that. The other, since I get to ask another question, since my first question was taken, I think you did a great job with the videos of showing how things could work in school buildings at pretty much every space. And again, I know I didn't teach in Akron, but I taught in Detroit, and it doesn't seem plausible for all the complexities that happen within the classroom building. I'm sorry, classroom walls. So inside that classroom walls, at any moment, you can have Brad walking back and forth in the back of the room. You could, have a student needing you to help them at their desk with a question. And I'm wondering, just thinking about how, the practicalities of what happens in the classroom. How do you, what are your thoughts about that? Because what you showed was what we hope will happen. Everyone's sitting nicely at their desk. But we know in reality that's not what happens. So can you share, and maybe it's Ms. Gigic, I don't know, but what are your thoughts about how do we manage that?
Well, obviously, we have ordered additional safety shields for staff members. So staff members can certainly wear a mask and a shield if they would like to have that extra face covering. Students will need to wear their masks, and I realize that students will be walking around the room, but we are in the process of working with our teachers, our guidance counselors, and our instructional specialists to help learn exactly what is the best way for every student to be safely maintained in the building. We truly are waiting to see in small group. We have plenty of distance for us to be able to do that. And I've been in a number of elementary buildings, and our teachers do a great job of having students sit in an assigned seat. And usually when called upon, they go directly to the teacher when called upon. So I think we have great management skills in our classrooms, and I'm sure our teachers will help put that together as we bring students back in.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. Mr. Alexander?
Ms. Polk, that was a very, very good presentation. And I have several questions, but I'm going to ask you two, and I'll send the rest to you later to get your answers. But the two questions I'm going to ask, how are we going to handle disruptive students in the building with the COVID virus? Because if there's a fighter or you got a kid who is just, you tell them to sit down, they constantly get up and move and do, how are we going to handle those situations? That's the first question.
I'm sure that our building principals, along with their staffs, are putting some of those issues together as we train them to teach how the classroom needs to be set up. And remember that sometimes, Mr. Alexander, even if the clinic is currently being used, there are conference rooms and other locations in the buildings that our staff are very able to take a student to as they need to blow off steam and be able to get control of their emotions, if that is what the issue is, while they try to deal with it. So I trust our principals will handle that along with the staff members as they feel the protocol is required by the student.
Okay, because the only concern I have is when it is a physical contact, when maybe they have to kind of break up a fight or something. Now it becomes physical, and now you got contact with them. Okay,
and
thank you.
We will certainly use our best management skills to prevent those and to go ahead and address them should they arise.
Okay, and then my second question is, with the sanitizer that we use, if you have a person who has some type of respiratory problems, will that affect them as far as the respiratory kid who has asthma or a teacher who has some type of breathing problem or issue? How is that sanitizer will it affect them in any type of manner?
It is completely non-toxic. Once it is applied and dried, it actually self-seals and completely dry. So therefore, it does not have any residue on it, and it does not provide any problems with it. We have, as we've applied, worked with the principals and the staff that are currently in the building to ask them not to report the day that we currently apply it, but once it is completely dried, it is not an issue for any kind of exhalants or fumes that would bother somebody with a respiratory issue.
Okay, yeah, 'cause that was just a concern that I had with in reference to that, and someone else had brought that to my attention as well beforehand. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Ms. Mansfield, and then Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Deborah. That was absolutely so enlightening. I think that it gives great reassurance. I can tell you I've tried to limit my trips to the grocery store since they started loosening up rules, right? Because for a while they had one-way aisles and there were, all kinds of extra precautions in place. And I feel like all that's gone away, and yet we still are grocery shopping. So I think that seeing what a fantastic job, especially in those hallways, and knowing that that's not contact is really reassuring. One of the things that I'm sure will be asked or that will be pointed out is that that was one of the newer buildings. That was a CLC, and we do have several that are not. I didn't really see anything that I think wouldn't work in a non-CLC. Do you foresee anything that won't? Because I'm sure we're going to get asked.
Actually, to be honest with you, the same procedures have worked, the same floor markings, but as an example, one of the things that we found in the older buildings is we had to readjust the clinics. So we had to work with the principal to find larger spaces. So we've adjusted a couple at the older buildings to allow us to find a space so we could put a socially distanced and isolation piece together in the clinics. But we will continue to work on all of these items as listed, and we have been successful in doing the old buildings as well as all the new ones.
And just as a second, you've done obviously the same process at the middle and high school level. Are there some, I know there are some classrooms that are extremely large. I was reading a post, not classrooms, but class sizes that are extremely large. I was reading one from one of our AP teachers who has some classes that have 40 students. So assuming that they're somehow blended, assuming some don't come back right away, I usually take half and then half again. That's still a rather large class. Have we looked at using some spaces? You mentioned the cafeteria for other classes that need to be in bigger spaces. For example, if there's an auditorium or if there's the gymatoriums or whatever spaces, libraries that might be able to be used. Have we looked at how that might help those larger class sizes?
We actually have. So I can tell you at Barber as an example, because that was our pilot building, we actually went into the LRC. We actually counted the tables and we know exactly how many students we could fit in that LRC. We've also worked with Mrs. Williams, the principal, and should we need to, because we don't know exactly how the specials will work, we might need to use the music rooms, the art rooms, the large group areas. To your point, would the gym, if we're doing gym classes differently, also present seating availability? And obviously, because we social distance the students in the classrooms, we would move the materials such as desk or chairs to those areas if it was needed so we could help set those up. We have been very creative. We just haven't got a building with students in it yet with a large enough group that we have not continued to be able to address that issue. But like you, we are looking at class rosters. We're getting numbers from principals so that we can determine, based on what the families elect to do, no matter what model it is, that we can help students comfortable and socially spaced during the day that we're there with us, along with their teachers and the supporting staff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mansfield. Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Mansfield, I was just going to ask if you have any more questions. I mean, I'll defer to you if you got one more. Just wanted to, before I hopped in.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, so as I was watching the video, there were, and I think I've got two comment/questions, not two of each, but two comment/questions. As I was sort of thinking through the emails I've gotten from parents, many of the emails have talked about a desire to see their kids back in school because of the importance of socialization, right? A lot of value that's been placed upon the socialization aspect of students in schools. And I have to confess, socialization looks like it would be seriously truncated or abridged in what I'm seeing here. And I'm not saying that's wrong. The precautions that we're putting in place are the right precautions. I just think that the parents who are watching and opining on this topic, I think it's important that they understand that your kids going back to school, it's not going back to school like it was. What you've seen presented today, that's the new normal. And candidly, I've got two young daughters that are not school age yet, but candidly, and I'm just being honest for the folks who are watching this, I think we owe it to them to share our opinions. Candidly, I found it depressing, that this is the environment that kids are going to go into when they are back in school. And again, rightfully so, right? I'm not being critical of what's being presented. I think the videos did a great job of kind of spelling out, folks, this is the new normal, so if we're putting kids back in school, this is the environment we're putting them back into. I think that has to be said clearly. And I may get some pushback from saying this publicly in a board meeting, but I'm sorry, that's just the reality. The other thing that went through my mind, so my second comment, is I was trying to visualize, because we talk about the special eds and the kindergartners, which again, I think rightfully so, those are the two groups that we have to, be thinking about, first and foremost, as well as our high school seniors too, right? To be candid, but I'm thinking about kindergartners, for example, and I'm trying to visualize a class of kindergartners staying 6 feet apart all day and keeping their mask on all day. And I have to admit a certain degree of trepidation when I think about it, even though in my mind, I'm like, we got to find a way to get these kids back. So I guess what I'm saying is that, maybe what we have to do is just be candid and say, hey, we're not going to keep these kids 6 feet apart. And it's a part of the risk that's going to go into it. And as parents of young kids and or special ed or any kids, just accept that as an administration and as a board, that the plans that we come up with, they're just that, they're plans, right? And just know that this is the reality that your kids are walking into. And this is, and you may find that that this reality that your kids are walking back into, it may in some ways be more depressing than what they're experiencing right now in a remote model. So those are my two comments. And if you have, and Ms. Folk or anybody else that has that, I'd love to hear a comment on that. Whether you think I'm, way off base, and that's fine too. Because I think this is where we have, honest conversation is here, right? And if you got other thoughts, you think I'm way off base, that's fine too. But again, I'd be interested in hearing the kind of the collective feedback on this.
No, Dr. Hall, I think you hit the nail on the head. It is not going to be the way it was before. There, kids are going to have to be maintained. There's going to have to be appropriate space being maintained, between students. And I also have, concerns about, we always talk about, how much time our kids are spending, in front of their teachers. And I don't want to get too much into the next presentation, but there's going to be a lot of issues. How much time do we expect learning to happen when, our teachers may have to constantly remind some of our, particularly our youngest students, not to touch each other, not to hug each other, to stay distant, keep your mask on. That's, that is a tough situation for, I think, staff to have to deal with in a school, and then just let alone lunch. You go in any of our lunchrooms, doesn't matter whether it's elementary, middle, or high school, it's, it is a very robust time of day, and we can't have that, as long as we're under this pandemic. I understand, what many of our speakers have said, but, there's a lot more at stake than just what the kids might bring or not bring to school. It's also the adults as well.
Thank you, Dr. Hull and Dr. James. Before we go back around again, Ms. Autry, did you want to jump in, or should I go back around?
Nope, there's no need to repeat the obvious. Thank you. I concur with every one of my fellow board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Would anyone else like to follow up? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Dr. James?
Okay, next I'd like to turn it over to Pat Shipe and Dr. McWilliams-Woods to talk about the next phase of our work.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. James and Mr. Bravo. It is great being here tonight. Once again, talking about our instructional models as we're moving forward. We're now at the place where we're sharing this next wave of heading into our second 9 weeks. That starts on November 11th. So we've been looking at that week of November 9th. Tonight, before we talk about the actual reopening plans and hear from the superintendent on his formal proposal, we thought it was really important to look at 2 data pieces. As you've heard from Ms. Shipe and from me and from many of my staff, we always are trying to look at the data to help inform decisions, not just COVID data, but also at some of the academic data. And then we will look at some survey data that we had promised you that we would provide tonight. So first of all, looking at this is all October progress data, and looking at how we're doing across 3 key areas at our level of engagement and attendance. We'll look at some preliminary reading data and some math data. So this first slide captures our attendance engagement and our basic connectivity. Connectivity, not the digital kind, but are we connecting with students on a regular basis so that they can keep engaging with their schoolwork? We broke this down by weekly data, and most of our data that we get from our analytics tools are weekly snapshots. So that's why this is data by week. So when we looked at comparing from last spring, from that March to May, which we call our emergency remote, that was more quickly making that flip. And the model that we're doing right now is obviously very different, where students are connecting into their classes and into their teachers using the video conferencing every day. So when we look just at students logging into their Chromebooks, everyone knows we're one-to-one preschool through 12th grade. Last spring, we were at 90%. Now we're at 99.1% of our students. We see that activity of them logging into their Chromebooks every single week. Then when you start drilling down, well, what are they doing when they log in? The Google Meets is probably the most important in terms of them connecting into their lessons. We didn't require Google Meets for every lesson last spring, so we had 34% was the average weekly data during that time frame. And now this, for this first 9 weeks, a little shy of 9 weeks now, we're at 90%. which means during the week, 90% of the students are connecting into their Google Meets. That doesn't necessarily mean every single one, but that means we're seeing students connecting into their Google Meets. And then students logging into their Google Classroom, our learning management system where all of the lessons and assignments and all of the grading happens. Last spring, it was 69%. This fall, it's 91.3%. And our attendance, the daily average, when we track the daily attendance, typically we're right around that 93%. So we're not too far off of our typical average for our attendance. So just in terms of when we step back and look at our overall attendance, engagement, connectivity, it's very strong in terms of the student engagement in their lessons. And our ability to see that connection, especially into the Google Meets, the Google Classroom, and especially reflected through that attendance. I can tell you that this is not just because that we're lucky that this is happening. This is because of the incredible work that our teachers are doing and our connectors and our counselors and all of our support staff in making sure that students are being successful and those relationships with the families that are being formed. And it's also because families have set up those schedules that we talked about at the beginning of the year and are supporting. You know, we know lots of families are spending and figuring out those ways to make sure that their learning environment is strong either at home or in a daycare or at the Boys and Girls Club, wherever the students are during the day. When we look specifically, drill down to our connectors, which is, you know, you've heard the award that Carla Chapman had, who started this program. It is a hallmark to that success of that engagement compared, and I spend, you know, every day of my life, I'm spending talking to chief academic officers all over the state and to some degree all over the country. So this really is something that we are known for, that is unique, the formal way that we're connecting with our students. Right now we have 300 trained connectors. We have, it's 924 students have been through that formal referral process and assignment to the connectors. And then we also, through Dan Rambler's Office in Student Services, we also can send the connectors, and the principals and counselors can ask for student services to send a staff member out to the home. And last year, all of last year, we did 2,000 wellness checks and home visits from that same office. And this year they've already done 700 so far, just at this beginning of the school year. Now getting into some of the academic data, and this is such critical, important data. Some of you have even said this in board meetings in the past about that early reading. We do something called oral reading records, where teachers individually assess students, teachers in grades K through 5, and the data that you're seeing here is for grades 1 through 5, because it's comparing last year to this year. For grades 1 through 5, our teachers individually conference with students and assess their reading. Now, obviously, a year ago, from March 2019 to October, that was face-to-face, and now it's a remote administration this October, but it's doing it remotely, but it's still individual from our teaching staff to the student. So this is pretty reliable data, even though the environment is a little bit different, and we obviously have to take that into consideration. We look at reading levels, and our expectation is obviously that students keep improving their reading level over time. When you look at students moving up at least one reading level, back in 2019 from March in the spring to October, so that includes any kind of summer slide in there, we had 66% of our students moving up at least one reading level. When we look at the same time frame, March 2020, last spring. Now that was right before we went out for the pandemic. So obviously that's important to note. To October, we just did the assessments now. We see 34% students moving up at least one grade level, or one reading level, not grade level, but one reading level. So obviously that isn't it's not the same pace as we've seen previously, knowing that the conditions, if you think of what happened last spring, March through June, which was more of that emergency kind of remote that we did, and not quite the same face-to-face site-based during the summertime for all of the students who were struggling readers as well. We did do some remote summer school though, which was very successful. Then students staying at the same level, it was 32% previously and 54% this past March to October. And then students dropping at least one reading level. Obviously, we never want to see that. 2% in 2019 and 12% now. We do these regularly, these types of assessments through the year. I've told my staff that we don't want to panic about this because of all the different conditions that were happening in last spring and through the summer till now. But obviously we want to pay attention to this and dig deeply and make sure that we have the supports in place to support students so that we get everybody kind of back on that progress and that trajectory. We do another type of reading assessment called iReady. This is very different. It's not a face-to-face with the teacher. This one is individually administered. Students do this even if they're face-to-face in a school. They're by themselves at a computer and they're taking the assessment on their own, and then it gives them a pathway of work that they do based on that assessment. So this is all computerized. And so they could do this at home, then individually take the same assessments. When you look across reading and math, it's pretty consistent data from September 2019 to October of this year. We don't see big increases, we don't see drops, so the consistency. Now the administration was a little bit different, sitting in a classroom versus sitting at home independently doing it. But this is more promising data to say that's good for this assessment. We're not seeing any kind of drop-offs based on this grades K through 5. And then for middle school, we do a similar assessment in math, which is individually, students do at their computer. This is for grades 6 through 8. Same thing, this isn't percentage of students on level, this is percentiles. So we're looking at a little bit different data, but the story with this chart is, again, we're not seeing a big drop off from where students were last fall in 2019 to this fall in 2020. The last data piece is our interim progress reports. Now, these are not our final marking period grades for the first 9 weeks. Those just closed, and we won't have the data for another week to be able to share with you. But this is interim, so midway through this first 9-week period, teachers gave parents an interim progress report saying, here's where we are midway through this first marking period. On the left-hand side is 2019 and 20, showing the number of grades and the percentage of grades. So for example, in 2019-20, during the same interim progress marking period, we had 24% A's administered at that point and given or earned at that point. And then on the flip side, we had 7.8% of F's during that first interim progress report. And then when you look at where we are now, we're seeing a drop in the A's, 17.9% for the A's, and 12% an increase in the number of F's. So again, we're not going to panic with this, but it was a concern that we needed to look at to say, how can we provide support? This fall was a shorter time period, which certainly plays into the comparison between last fall or 2019 first interim compared to now. It was a much shorter time period, but we still want to make sure that this pattern doesn't continue going into this end of the marking period and into the second marking period. So that's just sort of the data overview. So you can see there's good news on the engagement. There's some concerns for reading, but some data that's showing that the students are doing okay and consistent with years in the past. And then our grades, we want to make sure that we address any of those students who are struggling so that they can get back on track. Just as a reminder, the survey results, we want to share both the family survey results again, just so you remember where they were, and then we're going to share the staff results. So we shared this last time that we had 60% of our families say that they would like to have the blended option and 40%, 100% remote. So 40% said they'd like to stay remote as we are now. And then looking at grade level for families, there were more in the younger grades wanting a return. It was 71% was the highest in kindergarten. And then you can see just visually how it sort of drops down to high school. It wasn't as high percentage wanting the blended option versus the remote. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Scheit to talk about the staff survey results.
Good evening, everybody. So we did the staff survey. AEA conducted a survey, and we had over 1,500 returns on that. So just some of the highlights of that survey. Educators were asked just of the 3 models presented at the time of the survey. That would be 100% remote, the blended model, and the bring everybody back model. Going into the second 9 weeks, where would they like to land? And 69% or almost 70% of our educators believe that they'd like to stay with a 100% remote model. They do want to have some way of delivering some interventions and some enrichments to our students, and I think we'll get into that a bit later. But over in the blended model side of that chart, 31% were not the total blended. We had 18% that wished to stay blended or go with a blended model, and then 12% that wanted to bring everybody back, that were willing to do that. I will say that one of the biggest issues with our educators wanting to stay 100% remote was their concern that the blended model decreased direct instructional time from 5 days a week with a 100% remote model to 2 days a week with a blended model. In addition to that, they really felt that our level of rigor from March, when we had to shut down overnight, to what we're doing as a remote model now was head and shoulders above what we've done. And that includes a summer full of professional development and training and additional, and they were very appreciative of delaying the start of students this school year for 2 weeks while they continued to have planning time, collaboration time, and professional development time. And Dr. McWilliams-Woods, if you'd like to do the principals and support staff. You're muted, Ellen.
There we go. At the same time, we surveyed our principals and deans so that we could see their results as well and get their feedback, which was vital. And it was obviously very similar, 69% wanting the 100% remote, 31%. We just asked, do you want the 100% remote or the blended? We didn't talk about the 5 days site-based, the whole 5 days a week at that point. So it's very similar. We also surveyed our support staff, our school-based support staff, which is our custodians, our secretaries, child nutrition, folks that work in the school but support the teachers. And, not too far different, 72% said stay 100% remote, 29% blended. The major themes, just to piggyback what Ms. Shipe said about the educators, the teacher feedback, the major themes were the concern going to blended, and to the blended model that we proposed last time was that loss of instruction from 5 days of instruction to 2 days of direct instruction plus 2 days self-directed remote and 1 day facilitated remote. The concern was that everyone had just gotten into all of this rhythm and the schedule, and things were moving along well. They were seeing the students. Obviously, you saw the engagement data, and to all of a sudden go back from 5 days to 2 days direct instruction was a huge concern. The second was not wanting to disrupt instruction and the relationships that were formed, because to go to the blended model as we proposed last time, we were going to have to change teachers and students and reshuffle class lists. Primarily because if you think that 40% of our families were going to stay remote, we were going to have to dedicate teachers to those 100% remote families and move those teachers to remote. And then 60% of our families were going to come blended, and we'd have to dedicate teachers just for blended. And because of that reshuffling, we were going to have to redo class lists and teacher assignments to make that work. That was a huge concern. The best thing about our educators, and this, we also saw this in the family survey for those who didn't choose the blended model, was that they want anything to just make sure they have the same teacher. They didn't want to change the teachers. Same thing from our teachers and our principals. Their big concern was making that change, because once they've established that relationship, it's hard to make that change, even 8 weeks and 9 weeks into school.
If I could just underscore there, even, and I had not talked about the second point, but even the concern also was just with the blended model, the requirement to go to cohorts because of social distancing would even separate classes within a building on site. Our educators and families are very protective of those relationships that they've built. So that was a huge concern.
And then the last item talked about was the increasing COVID-19 data that we all have talked about in the board meetings. So that's our progress data and our survey data. We'd like to just turn it over to the superintendent to talk about his formal proposal to you, to the board, and then we'll come back to actually talk about this reopening.
Right. So, we've gone through a lot of information, and we've been through a journey over almost nearly the last 9 weeks as we approached, our return to school fully remote. We do know that many more of our counties in Ohio are in level 3 or the red level. There's some concerns from the governor that some counties may actually go to purple this week, potentially, including Cuyahoga County. So as I look at all of the particulars. What concerns me is some of the retrenchment that some of our students have made. And then many of the emails and comments that parents have sent. And so my approach and recommendation is that we really try to target moving forward our kids that are struggling. It does not mean a return to a blended model as we proposed in the past, but it's kind of looking at a remote, plan with maybe a couple of targeted interventions. So looking at students who are actually struggling, who may be failing, looking at some of our high needs students who have special needs, and then looking at our high school seniors particularly, that we need to make sure we can keep them on track to graduate, and also those high school seniors who are trying to earn their credentials, which is a path to graduation, to make sure they can have some time in the building. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to show some of the procedures that we've developed in terms of bringing students into school. Because what we're going to propose is that let our teachers determine which of their students, through their teacher teams that we have at every building, determine, the high need students, and getting those students some face time at the building, but it won't be, the entire district going to this blended model. I would say this is more of a first step moving towards something that's going to change by the time we get through our second 9-week period. But we want to really focus on, I think, our students who are really struggling. So I know it's been called a lot of different names or acronyms. The one that, stuck with me was like kind of remote plus, but I like, Dr. McWilliams to continue and just dive deep into that concept of, keeping our students remote, but for small groups of students that we've identified need some kind of extra and in-person help to be able to provide that, and do it in a safe manner. Because listen, in our district, we have had, and we've been remote, all right? So we've had approximately 19 student cases of COVID, confirmed and suspected. 9 are active, and we had actually 17 staff members total, and 10 are currently active. And that is not even with school being in session. And we are actually, we should have posted this. I got a letter today, I think all the districts in Summit County, from Summit County Public Health, that we're going to be getting out to each of our families, but we put it on our website, or it should be there shortly. Talking about some of the things that we need to do just as Summit County citizens. And it doesn't matter whether you're a school age citizen or, a post high school, whether you're in college or you're a parent or other adult in the community. In order to beat this thing, we have to make sure that we're doing the appropriate thing, like wearing masks in public, making sure we're having our masks on in the store, limiting our interactions with other people. And I know it's difficult, with, we have holidays coming up and things like that. We have to really do, I think, a better job. And some of the issues that have happened in school, while they may have happened with athletics, from the information we have, those initial infections that caused the problem with some of our teams or some of our schools have actually been related to activities that have been outside of school. But when that person came in close contact with someone in the school and that person got, an infection, then of course we have to shut down certain activities, whether it's a whole team or whether we have to send staff home from a whole entire building, to isolate until we get the contact tracing done and a clean bill of health from Summit County Public Health. Those are things that I think are going to cause a lot of disruptions to our school if we were in person. And so I'll turn it over to Dr. McWilliams-Woods to walk us through the reopening and this second 9-week period.
So we wanted to make sure you knew that this was the same teams that have been working diligently since the end of last year. We actually started convening right towards the end of last year and then all through the summer. And we've shown this slide, but this doesn't, at some point when we get to the other side of all this, we're going to have the team members come and join a board meeting. Because the work that they've done and the thousands of hours that they've spent through the different reopening models that we've done has been absolutely incredible. Ms. Shipe?
I want to underscore that. I know that the board members have heard from many, many, many teachers and administrators, but both Dr. McWilliams-Woods and I, we really want to say that the hundreds of teachers and administrators that participated in these committees with thousands of man hours. Two things. I have not attended a meeting yet that they have not been putting the best interest of the students and families first. And how can we make this work? And secondly, working tirelessly. That's the first thing that comes up. What about my students? What can we do? So I really want to publicly recognize these teams who will continue the work as we go. They're very aware and continually talk about those students that are not where they would like them to be. We just went to a number of meetings this past week, and they all had stories about, I'm really happy how this remote is going. Most of my students are doing really well and thriving, but I do have one or two that I really would like to find a way to give them some support. So that's what these teams have been charged with, coming up with some kind of remote model, and that's what the superintendent just talked about. I also seem to be referring to it as Remote Plus, where it's a remote model, but providing site-based supports, interventions, or enrichments for those students that are the most at risk or that are struggling the most. So we've added the one model now tonight to the other models that we've already presented, and that is that second model listed there, the 100% remote with site-based supports model. Dr. McWilliams-Woods, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think as we start to talk about the charge that you all gave us and the superintendent about looking at how can we provide that support, the teams dove right in to look at what that support would look like and how would we do that within the schedule that we currently have. So the way this would work is 5 days we would keep our 100% remote as our foundational delivery of our instruction. But then built in within the schedule, and the teams, Ms. Shipe was straight on when she said, yes, these teams are not done. Their work is not done. I don't think they'll ever be done because the next thing they'll do the next 2 weeks is finalize building in this support component into the schedules that we have. So we're looking at small groups of students coming in, and that could be the 3 types of students that we were targeting. Our students who are struggling, you saw some of the data that we're concerned about for students who are failing. They may be the English learners who are having some of the language barriers around because they just arrived to this country. It could be students with some mental health needs that need to come in and see counselors. So it could be academic, but it also could be some of that social emotional support as well. It could be accelerated students who are in higher level courses, but because of the remote environment, they just need to come in and get some additional support. If you think of our advanced placement, our AP classes at the high school level, students oftentimes need some extra boost to be able to handle that level of rigor or to prepare for the AP tests. So that would be, absolutely okay for the students to come in a small group to get that support. And then just as what Dr. Hall earlier talked about the graduation, those seniors who need support towards finishing up an industry credential that they're using for graduation, all those critical skills and competencies and time needed to make sure that we keep our high graduation rate continuing to move forward, especially the trajectory that we've been increasing each year. We don't want to see any kind of slide back from the progress that we've made. I'm going to click on here and actually open up the document that we sent to you earlier, the superintendent sent on Friday, that outlines more of the details of how this will work. So this framework for the 100% remote plus the site-based support, there's 4 key components. The first one is maintaining this 5 days of 100% remote, and then moving into this site-based small group support that I was just describing with the types of students that we're looking at providing support. Some of the stories that we heard in our reopening teams from teachers were sometimes it's students that are in environments that are not conducive to the remote learning. And if they could just have a designated time each week to come in and get that support and be able to finish assignments or just get removed from sometimes some chaotic environments, either at daycare or at home, to be able to get that support, then this support system would be able to help with that. The way that students would be identified is through our teacher teams in collaboration with the principals in the building, that we would look at our K-8 professional learning communities, we call them our PLCs, or at the high school, it might be the high school academy teams that will, excuse me, work a collaborative process to identify across the grade level or across the academy which students need support. The educators would, as that grade level team or as the academy, they would volunteer to come in to provide that support to the students. So it's a grade level team or it's an academy team at the high school that collaboratively looks at which students are struggling or need this extra support or need to come in for that industry credential or the lab time that they need. And then they would talk amongst themselves in terms of who would volunteer to come in to provide that support during the designated support kind of block of time. So it would all be.
If I could just add, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry. So on the staff survey that AEA sent out to the educators, we did ask the question if we would utilize some type of support model with our remote model, how many teachers would be willing to come in to be a site-based support teacher. And we did get a good portion of them, and we believe it's across, we'll be able to break it down in the next week or so into actual grade levels, but we do believe it's across the district and across the grade bands. The teachers and the teams that have been putting these models together did have some concerns that they want to work out. One of those being that they would be the voluntary site-based teachers, but also they're concerned that this enrichment and intervention time did not take away too much of the actual direct instruction time, as our blended model we felt did. They feel, the teams feel that there's a way to develop a schedule that can alleviate that concern. They also were very adamant that I believe that this can happen, that the teacher teams in the buildings at the grade levels, the academy teams, the PLCs, the collaborative teams were the ones that would talk about which of their students would need this kind of support, because The teachers are on the ground there. They know their students better than any of us. And like Dr. McWilliams-Woods said, some of those students are just struggling because they have technology issues, or they have siblings that are sitting at the dining room table with them and they can't concentrate. So in addition to our students that need academic supports, they'd also be looking at those individual circumstances. And most importantly, they really believe that an intervention enrichment model has to be delivered to small group sizes to make an impact. So on those site-based days or day during the week, whatever the teams come up with as far as a schedule, they want to maintain small class sizes. If you're talking, 6 to 8 students at the most, to really be able to make an impact, not bringing in a whole room full of students, because that's what intervention is: small group work with the students.
So the way we would move forward with this in terms of the logistics is our reopening teams would meet the next couple weeks to map out exactly for each grade band where this support time will be built into the schedule. And then based on that, obviously transportation will follow. Right now, any student who normally would be eligible for transportation would be afforded that based on this plan. We do know from the family survey that there are quite a few parents who their students normally get transportation that they said they wouldn't participate. But I want to make sure and reassure all the families that survey was just getting a pulse of where families were, that if your child is identified by the teacher teams to come in, we'll be working with you individually to see if transportation is something that you want us to schedule. We anticipate that students like this first, we're looking at a target date of November 30th to get started with this. And we would anticipate that the students identified, they would be consistent over that time period, maybe through the rest of this 9-week time period, or it might be, a good part of that time. We don't anticipate different kids every single, week. We see that there would be some students who need it. If a student comes in for 3 weeks, gets all their assignments done and is doing well, then certainly the teacher team could say, okay, that student doesn't need to come back and continue. But otherwise, it's most likely students who need that level of intensive type support for the time period through the next 9 weeks potentially. But again, I want to reinforce what Ms. Shipe said, that this is no cookie cutter approach. This isn't where the district is going to say, here's the criteria and the exact reading score or the exact math score that warrants kids coming in, because we have kids who are the lowest performing students who are thriving on remote. And then we have some students that are typically very high performing who are struggling in the remote environment. And so this has to be left to the teachers to say who needs that site-based personal approach during this time period, given how they're performing in this remote environment. The other thing that we wanted to kind of keep included in this is our ability also to look at our extended day services. Some of the board members were talking about earlier our 2 extended day, which is our Akron after school program. And then we also do other after school programming through some of our school improvement funds that we can do some after school programming. We want to, over this next month, take a look at that as well to see if we'd like to pair some of the extended day services that are being offered remotely right now, whether we'd like to pair some of that with this support time that we're building into the calendars so that students could get even a double dose of support potentially. So we have just that we'll continue to explore that over this next 2 to 4 weeks before that November 30th. I would anticipate that extended day may not happen till that second semester in the middle of January, but we want to at least explore that opportunity. So that is the remote plus this site-based support approach. The big picture is keeping the 5 days of instruction that is so important for both our families and our faculty, and keeping the level of kind of the routine and the rituals and the rigor that's happening right now that is played out with the particularly some of the data that I shared tonight. But then adding that site-based support for students who need it for various reasons, but who need it. And giving the superintendent flexibility to be able to, tonight we're asking for bless the plan of remote plus site-based support. And then the superintendent, can kind of, I said, this is the perfect way to enable weekly kinds of changes. If we go purple, obviously the level 4, the superintendent is going to want to not have site-based support. And that would be something quickly he could do, similar to how he's had to make adjustments with some of our sports teams. That this is something that isn't having 21,000 students come back and having to all of a sudden go remote again, but these are smaller groups of students that we can easily make adjustments on how we're bringing them in, or the number of students, or not at all if we end up, the data ends up getting worse.
However, I will add to that, if I may, Ellen. What we didn't mention was during that intervention enrichment support time, say for instance, if it was 1 day or if it was during block schedule of time, during the site support based time, we'll also have intervention and enrichment remotely. So those students, the teachers that are remote will not revert to their regular schedules. Everybody across the district will be doing intervention or enrichment, either site-based or remotely. So those students that don't necessarily, the families do not want to send them in for site-based support, can keep them remote, and we will have staff working on interventions during that time also remotely.
Right, that was a great point to add. So that is our presentation. At this point, we're happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Appreciate it. To our board, I left a comment to you in the chat. If you could check that, and please let me know if you'd like to jump in line. Just a couple of questions that I've received. Probably multiple times, I would say, in the emails, phone calls, social media contacts that I've had over the last couple of weeks. We had mentioned, when we did the original blended model, it was sort of 2 days of instruction and 2 days of in-person and 2 days of remote, so that there were 4 total days of instruction, and the possibility of sort of that Friday being more flexible enrichment, interventions, specials, those sorts of things. And so the question is, would the staff survey, do we think the staff surveys would have been different if the blended model would have been different? Because there seemed to be a big concern both from parents and teachers around losing those additional days of instruction each week, dropping from 5 to 2, and recognizing that some people might not agree, but for the 60% of parents that wanted their students to return to the classroom, that could have been the possible trade-off, is that we may not be able to guarantee if we do that, you'll keep the same teachers. And so I know it's disruptive, and I'm not suggesting that we do that, but were there other issues with keeping those 2 days of remote instruction as well, so that we still had at least a total of 4 days of direct instruction?
We did our teams, and this was really early in the summertime. our school model teams looked at many different models of how to do blended. From what we presented to you with that cohort type model to some districts across the country don't do any separate teachers for remote. They do, even the remote students who are at home 100%, they pipe into the school. And some districts put cameras in all the classrooms to enable that to happen. Some districts did, for a remote, they didn't use their regular teachers at all, but they had them go to more of an asynchronous, which means you're not piping into a live video conference like we do, that it's more independent type remote. So some districts put their remote students over here in a contract similar to APS Online, although we do have some live instruction that happens with that. But there are some providers for remote that are all just content online, and you have a teacher that you can go help or ask for help, but they're not doing regular instruction. So that is a different model that some districts, it enabled them to use all their staff then to split the classrooms into smaller class sizes. So that is another, option that we looked at. We believe that having students remotely, it was real critical and important to be connected with live instruction, and we have the technology and the training to enable our teachers to do that. And so we felt as though our families wanted that. All the questions that I got over the summertime were from families saying, is this remote going to be, is it going to be live with my teachers like it was in the spring? Or is it going to be like, some of the companies that you're just doing completely on your own? And that was really important for the families to have live connection with their teachers via the Google Meets, the video conferencing. So we looked at all those models. The other model that some districts have done that our teams talked about is having the teachers, even if you do the blended where half of the kids come in, that you have the students still get to watch the live instruction happening on the remote days. We talked about that. The biggest struggle is the classroom management of that and having your lessons go two ways, a digital way and a site-based face-to-face way. So, and to do the classroom management of trying to manage, 12 to 14 kids online, and then to try to manage 12 kids site-based, or it might even be more remote and 12 kids site-based at the same time. The teachers talked to a number of teachers in other districts and found that to be a very difficult model to pull off. So the teams went with the model that we chose, which was the two site-based days and then the self-directed remote, and planning those lessons that way. It's almost like a combination of the remote instruction that I was explaining that a lot of districts have contracted and site-based. It's almost combining those two models.
If I could add also, if I've heard once, I've heard 100 times, and I'm sure many of you have also, that our teachers really want to make a distinction between lesson delivery and rigor from March, a week or two after we started this, to what they're doing this fall and what they started the year with. It doesn't compare. They utilized their entire summer, the first 2 weeks of school. They've really gone above and beyond across this district to deliver very rigorous instruction. And I think it's showing, and I think it's only going to improve in the types of instruction. Like Dr. Hall said earlier, we have to make a mind shift about what on-site instruction would look like. And I think that shift is that it's not going to look what we believe it will look like in times. It's going to be different. And our educators really believe that the benefits of this type of model, staying remote, having that direct instruction with their students, with their families that they built relationships with, and then having some kind of supports put in place in addition to that remote instruction is really what is in the best interest of not only our students, but our staff. They really believe they're making great strides with that model. So I want to acknowledge that.
And I will tell you that all of the models that we charted out at the beginning of the year, every single model comes with lots of pros and lots of cons. The perfect model is there's no COVID-19 and we're all back in school together. And we still would have remote options through APS Online for families who would like to continue with that. So I think every model, comes with pros and cons. We went with the best model that we felt as though, especially this summer, coming into the blended that we proposed back on June 29th. We can look at all those other models as we go through, the rest of the second 9 weeks. But we feel as though right now, the best thing, because of the increase in COVID that's happening right now, we'd like to just start getting students in the site-based support. And then we can continue to look at models for the second semester.
Thank you. And my second question before we head to Ms. Mansfield and then Dr. Hall is this. I think that we need to provide as much flexibility to the superintendent and our staff as possible if this is the model to be chosen, particularly when it comes around identifying students who may need those extra interventions and that enrichment. I also agree that our teachers certainly know better than we do which students those are, and I like the flexibility that you've built in. I do have a question. I don't know if it's necessarily a concern, but 60% of our parents said that they wanted a blended model, and I'm assuming that there are a portion of those who know their children even better than any of the rest of us do. And the data that you show that at least for across the district largely, there are some areas of concern to be watched and to be monitored and make sure that we don't slide as you suggested. But all of that being said, there are parents who, 60% of whom said they would prefer to go to a blended model. And of that set of parents, there are some who feel their students are struggling. How can a parent be sure, or what if there is a parent who has a child that they feel is really struggling, but is maybe not necessarily identified by the teacher? Or what if there is a disagreement between whether or not a child should qualify for those additional interventions or enrichments? How is a parent to navigate that, or how do we prevent them from maybe having to reach out to say, hey, my child kind of is getting left behind here?
Sure. I think, we deal with that every single day in brick and mortar days as well, that there are core services that happen. And then there's decisions made by teacher teams and by the supports that are provided at each of our buildings on which students need the additional tutoring supports, which students need that extra small group reading time with the core classroom teacher, which students need additional math support, which students do we need in our after school programming to get even additional reading or math support. So I think those decisions are happening all the time. So we're used to working collaboratively in that way and listening to families who have concerns, trying to figure out which intervention is the best or which support is the best. We're intervening with students every single day right now remotely. And we're doing it during the office hours. We're doing it in small groups during instruction by having tutors come in and support and take students. It's happening all the time now. What this layer is which students would need that site-based versus the remote intervention and enrichment type support. So I think the process will be very similar to what we're already doing every single day previously in brick and mortar days.
And I would add to that, not only are we intervening every day with students, we're intervening with families every day. And we have the connectors in place. We have the teacher teams in place. We have the administrators. I believe that there were always concerns by parents, but I think most of the time those concerns were addressed. And I have every reason to believe that will continue to happen, even in this model. While that is a concern, Mr. Bravo, I understand that. I do believe that our teams will come up with a model that will not only address that type of thing, but improve any families that feel that they're being left behind.
Thank you both. Ms. Mansfield?
Wow, Patrick, we're like on the same wavelength here. Both of my questions, I'm going to just piggyback off of you because I think you kind of, I had them in the reverse order, but you kind of got right in there where I was going. I think that to support this and all of the hard work, I don't want anyone to think that I don't appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this for months and months and hours and hours. I'm willing to support where we are right now. I really think that I would like to, as a board member, see us get to a place that is what Patrick talked about first. So by January, I would love to see us in a place where we're in a blended model, where that relationship with teacher is maintained. So if it's 2 days in, 2 days out, those same 2 days are with their teacher, with their class that they've established a relationship with. And my willingness would be, let's find that classroom support that those teachers are going to need for that classroom management. Let's get those people into the classroom that we need to have, whether that means CARES Act money, if that means connectors, if that means pulling staff from somewhere else, something so that we can get parents, or our educators and our parents on the same maybe percentage or a little closer. I really want to see that happen. I know that it's difficult because it means taking that giant leap to come in. And a lot of our teachers are teaching in the classroom and a lot are not. I would also say that we have staff who's been in since March. We have staff that is there every day that are in often cases are lower paid. The ones who are going to be most exposed to things. And I want to make sure that we acknowledge that they are there and they are working and they're there. I guess I can't think of what else to say. So I would really like to see us get there by January. I think I go back to that June model. I think I have this kind of model that I've heard a lot of our counterparts are doing, not just in the suburban districts, but also in the in some of our urban counterparts that have gone blended. So I'm sorry, that was more commentary than anything else, and a begging for us as a board to please help you to get those classroom managements handled so that we can get more time in the classroom. My other question was, again, piggybacking off Patrick, and how students are identified and how they qualify. I've got a list right here that are the ones that are people who are contacting me who cell phone to, because I was so heartbroken. And so there's me. I have a grandmother of a special ed student who, I'm not going to go into any details at risk of exposing who the kiddo is. This isn't working for him. A kindergarten teacher who is begging us for greater access. High school students who are in mental health crises. Younger students who this isn't working for. We heard from 2 parents today that spoke to us. sped teachers who are begging to be in front of their students. We talk about how it's working for some, but some of those families took leaves of absence from work. There's some statistics that show that women in particular have left their jobs in a huge number to try to help take care of kids and handle their schooling. So I think that I'm asking is, how do we hear that voice? How do we acknowledge the fact that 60% of our parents, although some have gone back and said, I would take that back if I knew what this blended model was going to look like, right? They've wanted to exchange their vote, or for all intensive purposes. How can we better hear those voices in this as well? And I'll stop talking.
I love everything that you said in terms of elevating the voices of the students that are struggling and the families who've had to alter their entire lives to accommodate this remote learning plan that we have in place. And it is gut-wrenching to hear those stories. As we've said, we'll also hear the stories of things that are going well, but especially from my background with special ed background, Ms. Shipe has the special ed background as well. We always tend to lean in to hear the stories and make sure that we're putting those supports in for students who are not being successful. Even if it's a smaller percentage or a middle percentage of students, we've got to keep working to make sure that we're meeting students' needs and not letting them struggle on a daily basis. So what I think our commitment to you is that we will continue. The plan right now is to start some support, and that is a big step, right now, to say, let's start bringing students in for the support. We will learn from the process of bringing students in to see how that works. I trust our teacher teams beyond imagine to be able to figure it out and to make it work. And then right away, Ms. Shipe already said that our reopening teams will never be done, or they probably thought they were done, but they're not done. That will continue to work over this next month, because I really would like to bring you a proposal. It will have to be before winter break to say, here's the proposal for the next 9 weeks, or for second semester if we decide to go with the whole semester. I think we'll see a lot and learn a lot about this new surge and going into the winter, and see what happens through this time period in terms of our Summit County data. But I think we will continue to look at other options. We have a sense that the way that we designed it would be very disruptive if we did that second semester. If we don't do it now, it becomes more and more disruptive the way that we designed it. So we will keep meeting and keep talking about other options that we may be able to present to you before that winter break.
And I absolutely agree with everything that Dr. McWilliams-Woods just said. And Mrs. Mansfield, I too acknowledge the struggling that everybody is doing, quite frankly, through these times where the stakes are so high for everybody. I will say, though, I will continue to support those committees, those teacher and administrative committees. They are listening to families, to students, to other teachers. And I believe that this remote plus model with the supports are actually listening to our own educators, the portion of them who'd like to come back in and work on site with students, those special educators, those core teachers. We are developing this model to try to enable some of them to start back with their students on site, as long as the science supports it.
Thank you so much. Dr. Hall?
Yeah, I'm glad we're doing a round robin. I've got more than 2 questions, so you can put me back in the queue, Mr. President. So my first question was, we were using November 30th as the date. I just want to sort of, and this may be a really sort of overly simplified question, but is that enough time? I just want to make sure, as we're thinking through this, Ms. Shipe, Dr. McWilliams-Woods, you guys both sort of talked about all the moving pieces here, right? That have to be accounted for. So I just, I don't want to set, us up for failure from the start because we chose a timeline that wasn't in fact realistic. So my first question is November 30th a realistic timeline? I know Thanksgiving is right around there. I know Christmas is like 4 weeks later, and then there's New Year's. So, again, I feel compelled to ask that question: is November 30th? Are you both in agreement, and as well as Dr. James, around that being enough time to get this up and running?
I think that's our target goal, and Ms. Shipe and I can always slow it down if we need to, if we find that we need more time. But frankly, we have been preparing for this moment since June 1st. Every single day since June 1st, I've been spending, and all of our teacher teams and my administrative team and Ms. Shipe and all of her team, we've been working, probably 3/4 of our schedule has been focused on reopening. And each model that we've brought to you, we've talked about how we're going to do transportation, all the safety protocols, how we're going to do all the logistics. Each model, we're just tweaking it and we're, shifting it a little bit, but the fundamental plans are the same. So we've been ready since June 29th, I guess I should say, when we actually presented the model. We've been ready since then. This will map out the planning. We'll look at the schedules the next couple weeks, and then we'll work with families to make it happen. So I have lots of confidence that we'll be able to get something started before that winter break. And we won't, the academic side of me, Dr. Hall, when I'm seeing students with increased Fs and decreased As, and I've got high school students where that equates to they're not graduating, which is a life-altering pathway. And if I've got young students who are not reading on grade level, all of the data says we have a short window of time to be able to make those changes. For me to say that I can't get this together before winter break and we have to wait till second semester, I'm making life-altering decisions for the students, and I can't do that. We've got to find a way to start bringing students in before the semester, where those are huge marking period grades at the end of that semester, especially for our high school students, and I just can't wait.
And I will say that we have tossed that question around with frequency lately. I agree that as long as Dr. McWilliams-Woods and I have the ability to slow it down if needed, our teachers, I had said earlier, our AEA leadership, myself included, are concerned that, and we have been preparing since June, there are questions that we need answered before then. Can we do that in the next 4 weeks? Probably. We will certainly report back to you if we think we need to slow it down. There are 3 full weeks between returning from Thanksgiving break and starting winter break. That's a lot of instructional time. So I think it's a kind of stay tuned type of thing, but I believe that our committees have risen to every task that we've asked of them, and they'll do the same.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it. Because I think the community needs to understand how closely you all are working together. I think that's an integral ingredient to moving all of us forward. So thank you both. I appreciate it. My second, it's actually a question comment combo. Is in all seriousness, we've been talking for probably 4 months now about the need to have some transparency with respect to the sort of metrics that we're going to utilize to make a decision about when we do go back. in a more concerted way. The one thing I would want to put out to everyone on this call is that if we're committing to November 30th as being the time that we would start this new model, I think that we also have to set that as a deadline to have a community dashboard available for for folks to be able to look at. That is it, where it's fleshed out, where it contains, it might be 4 or 5 metrics, it might be 8 or 9 or 10 metrics, but just kind of key indicators or indicia that we're going to utilize, that the community can tune into, that they can look at to see sort of what we're relying upon in making our decisions. I think that's still the point, the key part that's still missing. I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. I think it's on all of us together collectively, myself included, to sort of make sure that we prioritize, whether that's getting with Ms. Skoda over at Summit County Public Health, or other sort of infectious disease experts to sort of talk through. And by the way, we're not reinventing the wheel here, right? I mean, like, these metrics already exist. These dashboards already exist. Just as an organization, we haven't chosen to adopt any one dashboard or sort of metrics yet. But I would strongly encourage this group. I think we have to seriously sort of move forward with pulling together, that dashboard, something that this group and team kind of agree on makes sense to kind of use as that guide, not a definitive, but as sort of a list of sort of guiding principles or guiding metrics that we're going to be signatory to as we move forward. I think that's still, so I love and appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I definitely, continue to sympathize with parents that want their kids back in school. As I said at the outset, we were never going to come up with something that was going to make everybody happy. But I do think that, as we move this forward, I think that if the more transparency we can provide with respect to sort of this collective body's thought process and how we get to eventually getting back, getting back to school, kids to school, I think that's super important. So the question that's embedded in there is really to Dr. James and you, Dr. McWilliams-Woods as well, and that is, what are your thoughts around sort of helping to energize the conversation and ensure that by the time we launch this model, that we have that dashboard in place?
I'll go first here just to say, and I know Dr. James has lots of thoughts about this as well, but I think we absolutely need to do that. I think you all have named the criteria and have talked about it. And just like you said, Dr. Hall, it exists. It's just adopting what you want to use. And so I don't think it will be that difficult, but I think it's really important for our families and our faculty to be able to know what those benchmarks are that you're looking for to trigger coming, back to a blended model or to the 5-day site-based.
And Dr. James, if I could just jump in here before you so I don't interrupt you. What our teachers and I believe what our families do not want, however, they want stability. What they don't want is jumping back and forth between models. I think that would be a huge disservice and detriment to any one particular model. We have to be able to plan. The students need to know where they're going to be every day and how they're going to be there. And by jumping back and forth, I just think it would be, like I said, a huge detriment to any one particular model. Thank you.
No, I totally agree. And I agree with you, Dr. Hall. The data's there, but the issue is on who you're going to listen to. I am much more interested in listening and looking at the data that we get out of our own local health department, because they're the ones who usually get data about infections in our community first, because they're the ones who call us and say you need to do contact tracing. We see a discrepancy sometimes between the number of cases that we have and what's reported out from Columbus, because there is a lag. So I'm more comfortable with looking at our local data. If we happen to be in category 4 purple, I don't think we should have any in-person, meetings with our students. More of our staff should be working remotely. But when we're in red or level 3, I think we've shown some of the safety things that we're doing, some of the technology that we're using, and I feel comfortable with some of those small groups. If we're in orange and yellow, particularly for a sustained period of time and we're going in the right direction, then I'm much more comfortable with some kind of blended model or even in-person model, as long as the trends are going in the right direction. But that is the rub. We can't really predict with, I think, any confidence, because it's all based, our virus spread is based on a lot of human behavior. And I think that's the situation that we're in, and that's the problem. We can control to a certain extent what happens in our schools, you know, a combination of working with our parents, our students, our teachers, and other staff. But what happens outside of school is a big driver of where we're going in this community. So in terms of you know, the guidelines and metrics that we would use, it just probably comes from, most likely, and that's what we've been listening to, is our local data and the trajectory of where it's going. But I agree with Pat that we can't flip-flop, you know, going, you know, like we're going to do this today, and then next week when there's a change, it'll be something else. Part of me thinks that whenever we decide we're going to go with some kind of more of a blended model where more kids come in, we might have to say that's the path we're on. And if we, depending on how we implement that, we may have to, you know, just kind of continue down that pathway and keep our fingers crossed that our COVID rates are going to kind of follow, where we don't have to move away from it, you know, and jump back to something that's a little bit more restrictive. But again, all of that is going to be completely up in the air until, you know, we get a little bit further down the path, particularly as we approach our holidays. And, you know, so here's the difficulty. A parent sent their kid for a practice. Kid had a runny nose. Oh, I thought it was a cold. Well, it wasn't. That kid tested positive for COVID, put out, you know, a whole team, a whole sport team of people and coaches that had to isolate. Those are the types of things that, you know, it's not that, you know, we aren't even sure how many of, if anyone was infected at the, you know, on the team, but the problem is the guidelines are people have to self-isolate. And that's the problem. When people don't consider, one, where a person said, well, I don't have any contacts. Well, what about the people you live with? Oh, you know, it's like we have to think about those things. A contact isn't just someone you run into at work or at school or pass by in the grocery store. It's also the people you live with. And so those are those are just the difficult reality that we face, you know, with this whole thing.
Thank you. Ms. Autry?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have more just of a comment, not a question. And I just wanted to share my appreciation for the committees, the team, and what I really appreciate about all of this is just seeing the relationships between the teachers and the families strengthening throughout this whole process from day one. That's what this pandemic has allowed us. And I think if we just continue on that path, being open, and the teachers continue listening to the families. I know I've had questions as well about, you know, if folks feel like their student needs the enrichment and can't get it. I feel like as long as we stay on the path of being open and listening to families and continuing to build the relationships, that we will be okay in that sense. And then just speaking from the nursing field, one thing that translates is having that continuity. That's so important when I think about my patients, having the same nurse and knowing what to expect. So I think that translates as well into education. And that's what I really appreciate about this Remote Plus option that you presented to us. So I just wanted to share that and thank the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Autry, Ms. McKittrick, and then Dr. Akbar.
Thank you, President Bravo. First of all, I want to thank everyone for the feedback from families, faculty, staff, and the community. I want you to know that I'm listening to everything that you have to say. I also want to thank everybody who's worked on this plan. I appreciate your service and your dedication to our children. And I know we would all like to have our children go back to school 5 days a week like we did pre-COVID. But the reality is we're not even post-COVID. In fact, this worldwide pandemic is getting worse and worse, right? We've seen the numbers in Europe going up, in the country going up, in our state going up. So while I know this isn't the ideal situation, I think it's the best given where we are with this virus. And so I like that this plan will help us to continue reaching students 5 days a week with the instruction and the rapport they've set up with their teachers. And so the other thing I'd like to comment on, and then I'll stop, is that the teachers who are going to volunteer to come in to do those individualized group supports, please let's remember that they are volunteering to do that we aren't forcing anyone back, and that the students and the teachers who take part in that, we are absolutely not using them as guinea pigs, because that is some of the information that I've gotten, that we're setting these kids and faculty members and staff members up as guinea pigs, and we're going to sort of throw them in there and see what happens, and then decide on a different model later based on how those kids and adults do. And so I want to make very clear that those teachers are volunteering for that, and that if parents don't, even if parents' children are identified, that they absolutely don't have to be a part of that plan either, because we are not forcing anyone into any of these situations. So I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, and thank you all very much.
Thank
and
you.
I agree with you, Ms. McKittrick. I do want to make that point, that it is a volunteer basis for both teachers and students. But I also want to make the point that at all times, the superintendent would have the ability to pull back from that should the data show that even that volunteer situation would put people at risk.
Right, and it reinforces what we talked about before, that this model is a model that's easier to do, that the superintendent can be monitoring and working with the Summit County Public Health like he does and Deborah Folk does every single day, to be able to monitor that. And I think that's critical, that it's voluntary on both sides. And I want to also reinforce, and that's why we wanted to have Deborah, Mrs. Folk, have her presentation first to show. And I talked to my colleagues in Summit County and Ohio 8 schools, and actually some across the country regularly. We all have a club trying to work through all these tough decisions that every district is having to make. And I will tell you that and this is based on your direction as a board, our health protocols are stricter than nearly all other districts that I have come into contact with. The districts in Summit County, 70 schools and districts are back 5 days a week. And that primarily is not with 6 feet social distance. We're not asking for that. We're saying 6 feet social distance. We're talking about small groups of students coming back. Our protocols are much stricter than the typical ones that exist in schools across Ohio and frankly in quite a few districts across the country. So I want to make sure that families feel comfortable and the faculty who volunteer feel very comfortable coming back.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. McKittrick. Dr. Akbar?
Yes, thank you, Ms. McKittrick, for mentioning that, and Dr. McWilliams-Woods and Ms. Scheib for the comments you just made. That's really, some of my concerns have been around, making sure that we stay safe, knowing that whether we do anything differently than what we're doing now, or we continue to do what we're doing now, there are risks involved all around. There's no non-risk option. I wish there was. And so my two comments has to do with social determinants of health, knowing that the highest COVID cases in Summit County are within Akron Public School District. And we talked about building a dashboard and having that dashboard be the guiding post for us as we move forward in making the decisions of what to do. I think that is going to be critically important. I'm definitely in support of that. And I think that as we build that dashboard, what Summit County Public Health doesn't do is give you the overlay of social determinants of health. And as we have the two highest disproportionate rates in our district, as well as the most diverse population in the county, we need to overlay that with whatever numbers we get, knowing that those things can spiral even faster than, if you don't have those characteristics. We do know that. So that was my one question, and then my comment. And I just want to go also on the record to say that the plan that you presented today was basically the way I imagined we should have had like a month ago or 2 months ago, whatever it was. It was basically you presented to us today what I had in my head called phase to blended. So thank you for presenting that. I think that if I would give you one thing about the plan that you have, I think that it's really good, and we're focusing on the right populations. I would find a way for the students who are in the highest needs, special needs areas to maybe try again, if they volunteer to come in, to try to get them in as much as possible. And also, what am I trying to say? Build that routine. Because as I was saying before, I think that if we can build the routine and get students with the most special needs and most severe needs for us to get in a routine within the schools, we can do that with other groups of students. And I think that will allow us to spread this out and get to a blended model that will work, I believe. So thank you for presenting that, and I look forward to hearing all the feedback that you receive from it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you brought up specifically the students with the most significant disabilities, because the teams, we do have a separate team of faculty that serves students with our most severe disabilities, and they will be able to have the flexibility to meet and talk about what would be the best way to build this into their schedule, this support time. As you know, we also had already proposed the after-school program that you had approved for students with more severe disabilities to come in after school. And so that team will look at whether this support time is in addition to that after-school time and that continues, or whether it'll be somehow combined. And we'll have, this week will be important because we were about ready to start the after school program within the next week or two. So we're going to have that team come together to figure out whether it's both or whether it's a kind of a combination of that after school program idea and the support team. And we've got great faculty that are working on that.
Good, thank you, Dr. Akbar. Anyone else would like to speak before we head around the Zoom room again? Mr. Alexander, anything you'd like to add? Okay. Dr. Hall, then you had additional questions. You're up next again.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I was trying to wrap my head around in this model, sort of hypothetically, and again, this may be a question that you don't have an answer to yet, and that's fine. But are there limits to how many kids could be selected for this additional sort of intervention? Are we talking, I mean, you know, and then also, so question one, so that's my question is, are there any, what are sort of what's the capacity, if you will, to sort of address students that are in need?
So we talked about that, and while we don't have a firm number, again, I'll say in general, our educators were concerned that intervention models, and this is, I'm an intervention specialist also, and it always been, you're talking about when you're administering interventions or enrichments, you're talking about small group work. So while it may not look about like the numbers we were talking about in the former blended model, the 12 to a classroom or 6 feet, it may look more like 6, maybe 8, but it would depend on the building and what the educators came up with, the number of students first that would need those interventions, and they would go from there. Some classrooms may look smaller than other classrooms depending on the grade level it is. But I do know that they would be looking at maximizing the number of students that they would have in a classroom while keeping it still a small group intervention. But the committees will be looking at that, and I anticipate that we would feel comfortable, like I said before, when we get some more of those details, when we know the number of teacher volunteering for on-site interventions, the number of students interested, where those teachers and students are spread out across the district by grade levels and by buildings. And we'll be able to get a little bit more of an idea about the details of that in the next few weeks.
Okay. So hypothetically, let's say I'm in 3rd grade and I've been identified as, you know, as a student that needs some additional intervention. Hypothetically, how many times could I be at school per week getting that additional help? Would it be once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week? Is that kind of set, or is that still kind of being worked out as well?
Right, that's being talked about. It could be a day, it could be blocks of time during the week. That's up to the committees to refine that over the next few weeks. Going back to one of the most important things that our educators are talking about is not losing that direct instruction time. So while we want to reach as many students with enrichments and with interventions, as you multiply those times, you're losing the direct instruction. And we don't want to return to the original blended model where we cut in more than half cut into that direct instruction time.
Okay, thank you. I've got another question or comment or two, but there are other questions. I'm going to see the floor as we go round and round one more time. Thank you both.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mansfield. And then Dr.
I know we've touched on this just a little bit, but I'm trying to keep this real higher level and board level requests here. I would really like to see also on our website, in our published documents, what the board can give in a 30-second elevator speech, what our criteria are going to be going forward. I know Ms. Shive said we're going to follow the science. I know Dr. James said that we're going to look to local. Totally get that. Did a lot of research in the last couple weeks. One of the sites I was on was Toledo's, and theirs is explicitly spelled out for right on their website what their criteria are for being in. Although I think they're breaking it this week, actually, if they're headed toward red and purple and they just went back in. But that's the risk you're going to run, is the timing of our schooling isn't the timing of the virus, unfortunately. But I would really love to have us be able to recite that, to say it, to know. So when somebody emails us and says, great, we're going back to blended, easily explain what that's going to look like. So that's just a request more than a question. So I apologize, it's not a question, but.
That's okay. Dr. Akbar.
Sorry, for some reason my mouse likes to jump around. So I guess I have a question more so about how this will all work. And I'm going to ask it because I don't exactly know how to say it and just figure out how it's done. So one of the biggest concerns that we've received about the blended model that was originally submitted was that the students wouldn't have the teachers that they currently have, and parents really want their students to stay with the teachers that they have. So I want to honor that and think about this model. So the teacher that the student has selects a student that needs additional support. Can you give us an idea of how much of the time would they be with their teacher that they have that the parents love, plus going into the school building with what I'm assuming is a different teacher to receive the enrichments? So would that be determined by the teacher and the parent, or would that just be determined by the teacher? So I know that there's a lot of people out here watching, and that might be a question that they have.
Yeah, it's important for us to, say that the teams are working on how to embed it in the schedule. So we always have to be really careful that as soon as we give an example, then that's what everybody thinks it's going to be. And we had the teams meet, come together, look at this remote plus site-based support. They all threw around lots of different ways that they could do it, whether it's at the end of the day, there's an intervention time, whether it's a Friday, whether it's half a day, a full day. They threw out a number of ideas, but we didn't ask them to finalize it because we wanted to get through this point of approving the framework first, and then go ahead and now let's finalize for each grade band. So K3, this is what it would look like for that 4 or 5 middle school and high school. And it could look different depending on those grade bands. That would be absolutely fine with us. As long as, whenever I say things like that, that's when Mrs. Folk just about falls over on her chair, because I always think everything is possible until you get to the timing of transportation and things like that. So we'll have to work through those logistics. But whatever that time is, so if it's a Friday or if it's a half a day on Friday where the students are coming in, then in a grade level team, for example, if it's a 3rd grade team and there's 3 3rd grade teachers, that team is going to talk about which students need that support. If one of those teachers volunteers to come in, those other 2 teachers then are supporting that teacher's students during that intervention block, or the tutors are supporting during that time, or the intervention specialists are also supporting. We operate in teams all the time, so this isn't that unusual. A number of our grade level teams work collaboratively and share students anyway. You take the students that are struggling in reading, and that happens all the time.
I don't want to interrupt you, but Patrick just fell off. So I
Oh,
just want to
okay.
get
Oh, good.
it
Glad you
back.
caught that.
Yeah, sorry. Wasn't trying to be rude.
Oh, that's okay.
He was having some connection issues, so hold on 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks.
Just for those who are watching, we typically actually take a pause if one of our board members fall off, and it happened to be our president. It looks like he's back on. All right. Thank you, Patrick. Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you if you can hear me. Thanks for waiting.
I'll
Yes,
kind
no
of
problem.
add to what Dr. McWilliams-Woods said in that the challenge for our committees, and I believe that they will rise to it, is to find that sweet spot of dedicating enough time to the interventions for our at-need students and not give up a lot of that direct instructional time. So when they come up with their plans over the next few weeks, they're going to be looking over and over and over at that, is how many different ways and what would the best way be to deliver those interventions and enrichments, but not give up their teacher direct instruction time. I hope that answers some of your questions.
I think it answered all of it. And in fact, the reason why I brought it up is I was sitting here thinking about what was the biggest concern about blended from the past. And it just came to me like, that's what I heard more than anything. It's like, don't tread on my tires or on my lawn or whatever the phrase is. We have some sense of consistency with the teachers. We've built a rhythm now, and don't mess that up. And so I just wanted all of the different parents and family members, probably close to 30 or 40 by now, who shared that type of message. I wanted to follow up with that question because I was unsure, and I know that they probably at some point will come back and ask. So thank you for that. I think that answered all of those questions.
And Mr. Bravo, I'm not trying to do your job, but I saw a question there about clarifying volunteering. Volunteering just means volunteering to be an on-site teacher. They will still be doing that during their workday, just as the teachers that remain remote, it's during their workday. So that will be within their contractual time.
Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate that question, Ms. Mansfield. Would anyone else like to go as we head around the room? Hearing and seeing none, Dr. Hall, I know you had additional questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So last two here. So I'd be remiss if I didn't ask this question because I've gotten multiple emails about this topic, and that's the Akron Early College and how they're accounted for. So I know that, and again, this may be an answer that I should know the answer to already, so I apologize if I don't. But I know that the questions I've been getting is, that the University of Akron's on a different schedule and yada, yada, yada. So again, I didn't have a great answer when I got asked that question about how we're accounting for Akron Early College. I know some of the parents have said, that they really sort of pressed on or pushed back on this idea of Akron Early College following the same rules as the rest of the district. For what they thought were obvious reasons that these kids are on campus, and U of A kind of governs the online versus in-class component. So that's my first question. If you could weigh in on that.
Yeah, Akron Early College, it is a unique situation because the students, especially the students as they get older, the juniors and seniors can be on campus the entire time taking their courses at the University of Akron. And the University of Akron, depending on the particular courses that they take, some of those could be blended, some site-based, some exclusively site-based. It's that combination like most of the universities have done. So certainly the university courses are unique for the students, but they also have some of the courses that are taught by our own faculty that that are right now they're following the same remote type of process that everybody is, and they would also have the opportunity to work as a team, the faculty, to look at students who would need that site-based support. And the site-based support could be which students are struggling and need site-based support for their high school courses taught by their high school faculty, or it could be students who need the support for their university courses as well. So the same model would fit well, I think, in that environment.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the other question, so was sort of revisiting this idea of the dashboard and whatnot. I just want to be wary of, and I've done this before myself, and just kind of say, oh, well, in January when we go back to school. I mean, I think we have to be wary of just sort of arbitrarily sort of using saying January, for example, right? I mean, it could be February, it could be March. I mean, before things sort of level out, and so. And I know we talked a lot about stability. I think Dr. McWilliams-Woods and Shive and Dr. James and others have sort of echoed this need for stability. And I know that there were some districts early on that were following an approach where you had to be, maybe it was Columbus, I don't know, that had kind of proposed this idea of if you had to be 4 weeks, kind of decreases in cases for 4 weeks or before you would start back. So I don't know if that's something that we sort of resurrect or dust off and give some thought to. But as we move forward, I do think that to echo the earlier conveyed sentiments that that bouncing kids back and forth every week, because I mean, it was every Thursday, we get the update on what your county is going to be, right? And I think bouncing people back, bouncing folks back and forth on a week-to-week basis is just absurd, to be honest. And so I think that as we kind of think through kind of next steps, once we get into the next 9 weeks and what we're considering doing, I think that dashboard, we have to have that dashboard up and in place. And then again, there may be some amount of time that we have to be below a certain, benchmarks, if you will, from a performance standpoint before we would bring kids back. So there's just, so again, I just want to comment on that, so that way people weren't thinking that, oh, well, we're going back in January, because it may not be January, anyway, so those are my comments. And I believe that is it for me. So I appreciate this group indulging my multiple questions.
Thank you. And I don't see anyone else in line. Is there anyone else that would like to say anything before we wrap up this discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I have just one or two final thoughts here. In regard to the dashboard and kind of picking up on that conversation, just from my perspective, I agree. Someone had said, the dashboards are out there already. They do exist to a degree, right? What I think would be most important, in my opinion, for this board would be using those dashboards. And I love, and I know Dr. Hall has mentioned it, I think Dr. James mentioned it for sure, is using the metrics that are there, and the dashboards are there, but setting that bar, which we've talked about before, where our community can expect that we would look at returning to a blended model or even to a full in-person model of instruction. I would like to see us set that bar at some point. Now, that being said, and I will support the plan that's in front of me tonight, because that's the plan that's in front of me, and I wasn't tasked with developing the plan, but this is the plan in front of me. I wish that we were looking at a blended model and maybe adopting the metrics now that would put us back into that blended model when the circumstances warranted. I love the idea of maybe following the color-coded chart that's used by the state and saying what we would do at the red and purple levels and what we would do at the yellow and orange levels. All of that being said, even if we were choosing a blended model now, I would prefer probably in the red and purple levels to be at a limited sort of what's being presented tonight at best, and certainly for the purple, a remote instruction and maybe some more relaxed blended options at the yellow and orange. That's just my opinion, but I also like those sustained decreases being part of that metrics, because as everyone said here, and I fully agree, we can't be moving between those levels and sort of flip-flopping back and forth. That's too disruptive for our parents, our students, and certainly our staff. I do hope that we have not passed a window already or aren't passing a window now. And certainly we need to be ready for that window when the second semester rolls around. Because as I said during the last meeting, my concern now is that if we choose to stay remote now, there's no guarantee that the conditions are going to be any better 6 to 7 to 8 weeks from now when we're sort of prepping that decision for the January timeframe. And if without that, setting that bar, without those metrics, without that in place first, we're going to be looking at things are no better now than they were when we made this decision tonight. And there's a good chance that we'll end up remote in January, in my opinion. And that concerns me a little bit because certainly that puts us in a bad position for the fourth quarter. So I have those concerns along with, reconciling the decisions that we make tonight with the decisions that we make on sports. And I'm not suggesting that sports doesn't move forward, but again, without all of those metrics in place, it's hard to reconcile those decisions. And even since we've been sitting in this board meeting, I've gotten those questions, as I'm sure you all have as well. So I think everyone on this board that has said it is correct, that I would really like to see us set those metrics or set those guideposts so that our public and our students know. By the way, Dr. Akbar mentioned the folks that are watching tonight. At any time I clicked on the stream, we had over 700 folks watching, and many of them were students and some of them were teachers, and it was fun to watch the students and the teachers interact a little bit on the side as we were going through this discussion and see what the students had to say as well. So shout out to all of the students and teachers that are watching tonight, and thank you for keeping it classy. Those are my thoughts. Mr. Superintendent, you need some action on this item. You're muted, Dr. James.
There we go. So yeah, would like to have a board concurrence that this is the route that we should go right now.
So I'd ask if there is one. I would entertain a motion for approval of the blended plus, or the remote plus option that was presented this evening.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Dr. Hall, a second from Ms. Autry. Are there any final comments, questions, or discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, as everyone else so eloquently put it, to Ms. Shipe, to Dr. Ellen McWilliams-Woods, to Dr. James, and Mr. Pendleton, all of your teams, thank you so much. Please pass along and express our thanks for all of the work that they're putting into this. And as Dr. McWilliams-Woods said, the work isn't over yet. So I'm sure we'll be hearing from the teams again, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because we still have other items on the agenda, there's no report from me. Mr. Pendleton, Treasurer's report.
No report.
Thank you. Committee reports, legal contracts, and board policy.
No report.
Thank you. Finance and capital management.
Yes, just briefly, I will share the Finance Committee met on the 19th, and I'll just be sharing a few legislative updates. We did discuss the House Bill 305, which is the Fair School Funding Act, which has been taking a lot of twists and turns since COVID, of course. And I believe this past Wednesday, it was to be introduced as a Senate bill. So we were just waiting on the next steps after that, which would include some simulations, hopefully by election time. Also, Senate Bill 350, we briefly discussed, which has heard testimony from our Akron Public Schools and other districts, and that is the bill regarding us having to depend solely on yellow buses for transportation. And then we discussed as well Ed Choice vouchers, which right now there's no action being taken on that. And if that continues, we will potentially explode from 500 schools to over 1,200 buildings in Ohio if no work takes place on that. So we're kind of standing by and keeping our eyes on that particular thing right now. So that's all that I have as far as legislative updates from the Finance Committee.
Yeah, and then I'll pick it up from there. Thanks, Ms. Autry. So we also, I mean, really the main thing that I want to focus on is that we set a date for our state, our state of the state school finances, if you will, right, for December 7th, 2020. And there are sort of the overarching theme of that state of the school finances sort of committee meeting is really around financial clarity, which would include discussion of the levy as well as some of our other financial needs, and also using this summit to really kind of talk about, for example, a couple of different items. One would be to utilize that forum to ensure that the public is informed and that we are able to sort of address what I would term at times erroneous assumptions that the public may have. One of which, being that, part of our rationale in not returning kids to school was to save money for the district, which could not be further from the truth, right? And so, so I think part of that too is also sort of outlining, because we are stewards of the district's money, sort of outlining not just that, but also outlining what the cost of returning to school in person, due to COVID-19 would look like when we eventually go back, right? Sort of walking through those variables. I know that, from a saving standpoint, our buildings haven't been in use. So things like utilities, I think, as Ms. Autry pointed out, have been much reduced, and so of course those things will return full steam once our kids return to school. I know we've also talked about the fact that there are some kids falling behind, and it's part of the reason why we had that lengthy conversation tonight about this intervention model. So at some point there's going to have to be a conversation about whether it's a possible summer sort of third term, if you will, and kind of address the costs of remedial tutoring for our students that may have fallen behind, and then sort of have conversations around sort of what a possible summer school model might look like in an expanded version, and sort of what those costs would be, and how do we resource that appropriately. We also, I think Ms. Autry also brought up, about the, I think she asked whether the district would continue to maintain the Wi-Fi and the hotspots for the families once students return. I think our understanding was that the grants that have been supporting that will no longer be available. And so I know that I think Dr. James has said that there have been some discussion amongst the city and the chamber regarding Wi-Fi. We also, along with Mr. Pendleton, reviewed the draft racial equity policy, and we talked about how that policy interacts with existing APS policies. So I know senior staff is currently reviewing all of the policies and is going to provide feedback through the legal and policy committee. And then kind of the last bucket of items that we talked about was sort of more broadly described as equity and transparency in spending. And so we've talked about doing that sort of unit level analysis. And so specifically, we talked a lot about the I Promise school funding. Now obviously, I Promise school is a public school, and while it receives the same funding as other schools, the LeBron James Family Foundation does provide additional services, substantial services that allow for class reductions and the providing of wraparound services. And so I think one of the questions that I know that I'd asked was trying to dial down and figure out, well, what does a per pupil spend look like at the I Promise school as compared to other schools, right? Because we talk a lot about, equity and what kinds of resources are necessary to really provide for students that are challenge performers, right? So kids that would fall in the sort of bottom 25%, from maybe a language arts or mathematics standpoint, and so what are the real costs, to provide the kind of services that we'd want to provide to our neediest students, and kind of using the I Promise school as kind of a model, if you will, that we can kind of learn from and think about what kinds of services, can we extrapolate out and apply to the rest of the district and thinking through how that gets paid for. Anyway, so those were that's kind of what I hoped was a brief interview, and kind of talked again through how through the Forecast 5 tool and how that could assist with answering some of those questions in the future. But there's candidly there's a lot of work yet to be done. But we're fortunate, Ms. Autry and I and Mr. President, we have a good group of people that are engaged and passionate about doing that work. So that's the finance update.
Thank you so much. Instructional policy and student achievement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a quick but important update on the middle school, college, and career academy master planning work. As the board knows, we had 100 staff, students, families, and community members working for 6 months last year to design the 5-year master plan that would transform our middle schools to support our college and career academies. Originally, we were going to present this plan to the board last spring, but of course, the coronavirus sort of blew that up. And so now we're coming to you with that plan. So we have a timeline to share with you. You got an email about a special board meeting where we will devote that time solely to the College and Career Academy Master Plan for the middle school. And then the budget will be reviewed by the Finance Committee at their scheduled meeting on Monday, November 23rd. And finally, we'll bring the master plan for final consideration to the board on November 30th. So make sure that you have a look at the board docs for the updates for the family resource centers, the I Promise School, and the College and Career Academies. And that's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Under unfinished business, we need to continue our discussion around the superintendent search. And if the board will recall, and also for the benefit of the public, as many of you already know, our superintendent has tendered his letter of retirement effective July 1st, 2021, with his last day being June 30th, 2021. To that end, this board is looking at making one of the most significant decisions it will make this year, believe it or not, in selecting a new superintendent this school year. We've got a lot going on, and this certainly adds to the mix of difficult decisions that we must make. In speaking to the superintendent, assistant superintendent, the treasurer, some former board members and presidents, we collected the names of a few search firms in particular that are known throughout the state of Ohio for their ability to conduct those types of searches and for their experience and expertise in doing so. We narrowed those down. One firm opted not to submit a proposal. We heard presentations from the other two firms, and we forwarded those proposals to the board prior to those presentations so that our board had an opportunity to review those. We heard from both of those search firms at our last meeting. We gave the board an opportunity to forward me any questions or comments or thoughts that they had around the proposals. And tonight, under our new business section, we do have the form that the decision will come in as a business affairs supplemental item number 1. And if you'll notice under that section, which is section 30.1 under new business on your agenda, you will find the information. And what we're looking at now is the two search firms that we heard presentations from. And in the interest of full disclosure and for the public, the board had no additional questions or comments that were sent to me, and so therefore I didn't send anything additional to those search firms. These two options in front of you tonight. One of them would be to hire the Ohio School Boards Association in an amount not to exceed $15,000. The other would be to hire K-12 Business Consulting, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $22,500. Those amounts were based on the amounts in their proposal and adding some additional $5,000 additional each to take care of the things that were supplemental to those proposals that would be necessary at some point, but were not included in the base price. And for example, that would be advertising costs and travel for any of the finalist candidates. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for comments, questions, discussion on the superintendent search itself. And then as we wrap up this discussion, we'll be entertaining a motion for either option 1, which is OSBA, or option 2, which is K-12 Business Consulting, Inc. So at this point, if anyone would like to start with any comments, questions, or discussion, I'd be open to that. And then if everyone else would line up in the chat if you have some. Dr. Hall.
Yeah, I just had one question. Are we making a decision? I mean, so I was thinking through the cost proposals. I know that I had asked a question, maybe others had as well last time around, their ability to do a national search as well if we so desired. We aren't making that decision tonight, right? We're just making a decision as to which vendor we choose.
Correct. They both have the capability to do a national search. And both of those would be an additional charge. So at some point, if we decided we wanted to expand that, for example, one of them was an additional charge of about $4,500. Mm-hmm. So at that point, between that and any additional advertising costs and travel, we would have to come back and increase that not to exceed amount if we chose to go that way.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. Anyone?
Thank you.
Ms. Mansfield?
Just want to thank both groups for coming out. You know, it's hard enough to give a pitch to a board in person and try to make a good stand, but man, doing it on Zoom and trying to handle all of us, has got to be a yeoman's job there. So they really held their own. You know, when we did the search for Mr. Pendleton, we went with the K-12 essentially, and I really enjoyed their presentation. But just to lay cards on the table, I felt like this time around, I think I'd kind of like to throw my support in, on behalf of OSBA. I thought that their presentation was very thoughtful and sounded like a direction that we would like to go. I also want to make sure that when we're considering this, that we don't forget as a board what strong folks we have here in our district. So I want to make sure that they are given full opportunity to be considered. And it would be my hope that whoever we do bring in to do this search understands very strongly how committed we are to our senior staff and to our to those folks that have been with us for a very long time. I know that in some cases, superintendents like to bring in their own people and things like that. I think that there's a reason people come to Akron and stay in Akron for their careers. And so just want to put that out there and go from there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mansfield. Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I think both firms did a very good job of presenting their information to us. I like the first group to a certain extent because they brought us Mr. Pendleton, and that was a big plus for us here in Akron Public Schools because we could have lost him and he could have been doing his great work somewhere else. And I like that they brought him in, and we got to keep him here. And saying that too, but I do like Ohio School Board Association. The difference between the two for me, it seemed like OSBA has done more searches when they've done with more bigger school districts, whereas K-12 did one. They did more smaller school districts. When we talked about urban versus suburban, they did more. OSBA did more urban school districts. And they have done more, to me, searches outside of just the state of Ohio. And so if we're talking about doing a nationwide search or a national search, then they seem to have the experience of doing that. And so I am kind of with Lisa. I'm leaning towards OSBA because of their experience and the history that they have as well. Long-standing history of working with schools and getting superintendent. So I like both presentations and both were really good, but those are a couple of things that stood out to me: the larger school districts and dealing with urban school districts. And I think they were K-12 were looking more at, to me, they were helping more school districts that were smaller, and we're a bigger school district, and we need somebody who understands this, a larger school district. So I'm going with OSBA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Anyone else before I come back around? Ms. Autry?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciated both presentations as well. And I will be leaning more towards the Ohio School Board Association. I just really like the fact that they are experienced in working with urban districts that are similar to ours. I also like the optional communication workshop that he discussed, and that also the board members would have a portal throughout this process to help keep us up to speed on things. So I appreciated that as a new school board member. So I think he mentioned Mount Healthy, which is a district in Cincinnati, and I know that they are similar in makeup to us. So I think that's important to have someone that is familiar with a district such as ours or similar demographics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Anyone else? Dr. Hall, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had two quick questions. One was from Ms. Mansfield. Obviously, I wasn't here when we used K-12 to find Mr. Pendleton. And while I, maybe leaning towards OSBA, I do think it needs to be asked. If we had a good experience with them the last time, and we like the person they got, and that person's still with us, I have to ask what may be the obvious question, which is why wouldn't we choose him again for the superintendent search? That's my question. Then I have a comment. And then my comment is sort of related to what Ms. Mansfield was getting at earlier about, about wanting to make sure that we give folks that are here ample opportunity to apply or be considered. I think that's what she was trying to say or said. And I would welcome that. I think I know I'm not quite a year on this board, but in my time there are probably multiple people that will be qualified to apply for that position, and I hope that they all do. So because want to make sure that we give proper deference and respect to the in-house qualified candidates as well. So anyway, so that was my comment. But just would like to hear, and Mr. Bravo, Mr. Alexander, you guys can weigh in on this as well, but just would like to hear, and the answer might be really simple, but just would kind of like to hear if we're so content with how they did the first time, why would we chance going with someone that we don't have any experience working with? Regardless of how good the presentation was, we don't have any experience working with OSBA, to my knowledge, and getting treasurer and or superintendent candidates.
So full disclosure, I kind of pushed Mr. Bravo to take a look at bringing in K-12 because I was like, hey, same reason you just said, really liked what they did with Ryan, wouldn't trade Ryan for anything. Can we maybe have them come in and present too? And so I was kind of rooting for him. So to me, it just came down to that day. And because we have a relationship with OSBA through our association and, over the years, you get to know the reputation from other board members across the district or across the state, I believe. So I think that to me, that's beyond just the presentation on one given night or whatever, or their even paperwork or things like that. Some of it's word of mouth from other board members over the course of 12 years. And honestly, I don't remember at this point what tipped the scales in favor of the other organization the last time. I know that it was unanimous with the board and we liked the result. So yeah.
Yeah, and then Dr. Hall, we have actually worked with OSBA before. In fact, that's who conducted the search when Dr. James was hired. So the board throughout its history has used different folks at different times, and certainly OSBA, the Ohio School Boards Association, is at the top of that list. Similarly, OSB or OASBO, the Ohio Association of School Business Officials, was actually who we worked with and contracted with when we did the treasurer search, because that is the official trade association with the treasurers too. And so there was something to be said for that organization, working with that organization when that is who works with the treasurers. And certainly with the School Boards Association, intuitively, it seems a little more like they would be in tune to boards who are searching more for superintendents. The Buckeye Association of School Administrators does not do superintendent or treasurer search. And in fact, what we found out this time when we actually reached out and to OASBO, the Ohio Association of School Business Officials, is I kind of learned and things were cleared up for us a little bit. That's who we worked with last time, but they subcontracted to K-12. So when we reached out to K-12 this time and went straight to K-12 because OASBO as an organization doesn't do superintendent searches. They do treasurer searches, but they also subcontract that work to a few different groups. So anyway, they, as Lisa said, for me last time, they certainly tipped the scales in terms of their presentation, and it could be just the day and the time and the way the presentation was done. They also had the added benefit of being at what I thought at the time and what we were going for was folks that work more with treasurers. This time for me, if we're putting the cards on the table, I was a little more compelled by the OSBA search. I was also a little more compelled by the technology that's in place for OSBA. The cost is a little bit more effective in terms of a $10,500 cost versus a $17,500 base cost, when they both, for the most part, are going to do the same thing. In my opinion, and I'll wrap up there, I don't think we would go wrong with either of them. When we talk to the staff here within our district, folks from elsewhere, former board members, a few names kept popping up on the list, and these were two of them. So I don't think you're going to go wrong with either.
Yeah, I don't think we'll go wrong with. Yeah, I don't think we'll go wrong with either of them either. But I when we talk to, as Patrick said, when we talk about treasurer, then OASBO was the one who actually came and did the most of the talking to us, and then they contracted out. They were the ones who came to Akron to talk to us to say, hey, here's what we're doing. So they got K-12 to look for it, and they did more of a treasurer search. Now we're looking for a superintendent search, which is totally different. So for me, I went with OSBA because I know their history. I've been involved with OSBA currently as the treasurer, but also even beforehand working with some individuals from there. And so I know what they can bring. And I like Patrick said too, I mean, we're going to get probably a good bang for our buck, and probably even we add that little extra money, we're still going to come out on a good end. And I do Mr. Horton, who and I know him, and I know he would do a good job for us. So that's why I lean towards them, because of they have the background in doing superintendent searches, and not just superintendent searches for just a particular group, but a number, and their history, the years. If we listen to what the years of service they've been involved in doing superintendent searches, there's a long history of doing superintendent searches across the board. So that's why I kind of lean towards OSBA.
Great, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. So first, I want to thank both companies for presenting to us, as well as taking the time to meet with Mr. Bravo and myself prior to coming to the board. And those conversations, I think, really gave us a good idea of what they can do. With that being said, I think that it sounds like most people have stated that the efficiency that will be provided by OSBA, as well as their experience, might outweigh K-12 right now, considering them. I'll also just go ahead and say one of the things that I noticed that we didn't really talk about, but Mr. Bravo mentioned, was the technology. I think that that's going to be critical for the land that we are navigating today, as well as the landscape. The last thing I'll say is it'll allow us all to be able to review all candidates throughout the entire process, instead of being told who to select. So I think that that will allow us the most flexibility with technology, with experience, with the size of our district, as well as what we requested from each of those organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. Anyone else? If not, as we look to entertain a motion, I just want to echo the sentiments of our board and thank both organizations, K-12 Business Consulting, Inc. and OSBA, the Ohio School Boards Association, for coming out and presenting to us. As Ms. Mansfield said, it's difficult to do in the best of times, and we certainly appreciate them making accommodations and joining us virtually to do that presentation. We think very highly of both organizations. And again, having worked with both in the past, we know that we're going to get a good result either way. So hats off to both organizations, and thank you for participating. We'll entertain a motion for either option 1, OSBA, or option 2, K-12, and both options are in your board packet.
I'll make a motion that we approve Ohio School Boards Association to do our superintendent search.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. McKittrick, a second from Mr. Alexander for option 1 on business affairs recommendation supplement number 1. Are there any comments, final comments, questions, or discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you to the board for that. Appreciate it. We, Dr. Akbar and I will get together and we'll start working with OSBA, and we'll get a calendar and an update to you on timeline and next steps. With that, Mr. Pendleton, you have item 30.2, teacher supply allowance.
Yes, thank you. Let me walk through this briefly and see if there's any questions before I ask for your approval. During negotiations last year, one of the items that we were trying to clean up for the teacher supply allowance for elementary teachers is a very lengthy and cumbersome reimbursement process. And it is a reimbursement process. So lots of receipts were collected, buildings would tape receipts, and there'd be a long lead time to a reimbursement. And that led to the district of hundreds and hundreds of transactions and a lot of different individuals. So during negotiations, we went back and forth and said that we wanted to settle somewhere where the teachers would land around $150 for this teacher reimbursement. Well-intentioned, the execution of it didn't go as I would have liked. We did just issue it. We received guidance from state teachers retirement system that this was pensionable. So it took an additional 30+% out of the stipend. After a series of back and forth with the STRS, they did change their perspective on that. Unfortunately, the teacher stipend allowance was already issued. And so we're going to be issuing some corrections. And unfortunately, it's going to, teachers don't have to do anything as it relates to this. We're just going to have to issue some corrections in the next pay. But I would like permission to honor the intent of this and make up the difference. On average, each teacher was short to the net of $150 by about $30. So I'd like to honor the intent of that language, issue this, and then meet with the teachers union for next year to work on a mechanism, possibly through accounts payable, that will still get reported as income, but at $170 with an average income tax rate of between 20 and 30%. That should come out much closer to it. And then again, back to our intent of making it a lot easier for teachers to receive this supply allowance. And also, if we do it through accounts payable next year, if that's the best means, we can have the turnaround time sooner in the school year than in October. October is when we can get it through the payroll system once the 3-week shuffle and teachers are in their final assignment. So with that, I'd like to recommend resolution 20-149.
Thank you. And board members, you have resolution 20-149 under item 30.2 in your board packet. We'll open it up for any questions or comments if anybody has any.
Mr. Bravo, I'll just make a quick comment. I want to thank Mr. Pendleton for his quick action on this. I started getting messages really quick as soon as teachers got notice of what their pay was, and no sooner did I have him on the phone than he had drafted an email and was going to send it out to all the staff because there was a lot of upset. So big thanks to him for that and for his quick action. And, you know, it was nothing intentional. Like you said, it was with all of the best intentions. So just big thanks for straightening that out so quickly.
Thanks for the heads up.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, we'll entertain a motion for approval of Resolution 20-149 to pay a portion of the teacher allowance through accounts payable.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. Mansfield, a second from Ms. Autry. Any final comments, questions, or discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Thank you.
And pursuant to section 121.22G1 of the Ohio Revised Code, to consider the compensation and or employment of personnel or public officials of the district, we do have a need to enter into executive session. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion for a recess into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. McKittrick, a second by Mr. Alexander. Roll call, please.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we are going to all exit out of this meeting. We'll see you in executive session. And for the public, we will be returning in just a few moments. And we do have 2 items for consideration upon our return. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to the regular meeting of the Akron Public Schools Board of Education for Monday, October 26th, 2020. We've just returned from executive session. We do have two items for consideration. They're both in your board packet. Items 32.1, a resolution 20-150, approving a memorandum of understanding between the Akron Board of Education and the Akron Education Association regarding OTES 2.0 contract language and walkthrough form. And item 32.2, which is resolution 20-151, a resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding between the Akron Board of Education and the Akron Education Association regarding the exemption of student growth measures for the 2020-2021 educator evaluations. On item 32.1, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. McKittrick, a second from Dr. Akbar. Any comments, questions, or discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Bravo.
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes.
Dr. Akbar.
Yes.
You know, with the exception of me being dropped from the meeting at some point, we almost made it through this whole night. For item 32.2, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. A motion from Ms. Mansfield, a second from Ms. McKittrick. Any comments, questions, or discussion? Hearing none.
Second.
We got a little bit of a delay, Mr. Alexander.
Roll call, please.
All right. Ms.
Yes.
Autry. Mr. Bravo.
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield.
Yes.
Mrs.
Can you hear me?
McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander. Wave your hand or something.
All right. Motion passes. Resolution is approved. Is there any other?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Is there any other business?
Yeah.
We got a yes.
Yes.
Oh boy. Okay. We'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion from Dr. Akbar, a second from Ms. Autry. We are adjourned. Thank you and have a good evening.
Good night.
Bruce will be
Good night.
out.